Game
goodness.
shot and the match.
Bullseye, does he go for it? He does, and he finds!
Bull. Oh, yeah! Sexy! Or don't. Oh, what a finish that is. This is different.
But it works. Doesn't matter how, as long as you do. And Lipscomb's one up.
Good afternoon, darts fans, and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth. The Live Lounge has an expectant feel about it because we're only 4 days away from the last Champions Week in 2024. And to get us there towards the weekend, Glenn, great to have you back with us. Over the last few days, we've seen Jimmy Van Schie sail into the final Saturday of qualifying, but there are plenty of other people who could possibly get there as well.
Yeah, no surprise, first of all, for Jimmy Van Schie, who's been a real success, not only at the Modus Super Series, he's a character. So I've been following, what he's been doing on the WDF circuit, and he's winning tournaments, he's winning big opens, and just demonstrating his skills as we show here against, the classy operator in Darrell Pilgrim. He does an awful lot right. Like I said, he's got that beautiful combination of being able to score big, and when you need a double under pressure with Darrell right behind you, he's got all the skills. No surprise to me, Paul, that he's qualified for Saturday night.
Pilgrim had a perfect day on Monday, but he was caught rather quickly on Tuesday by Jimmy. And then at the end, when they played each other in Game 9 on Wednesday, Jimmy stretched his lead to an unbelievable 6 points in the end. It was tight, but in the end, it didn't look that way.
Such a good runner, Darrell Pilgrim. When he was on 10 points after Monday, that Game 2 that he had, that 7th game against Conan Whitehead, that was his Achilles heel. Then losing to Jimmy, never really recovered from there. But 26 points from Jimmy, that was the real highlight.
So let's look at the breakdown for the week. We've got Jimmy Van Schie into Saturday already. He's got a valuable couple of days of rest after an incredibly busy schedule over the last few weeks. We will see Group B tonight from 10 p.m, which will include Rhian O'Sullivan, who, for a lot of people, has got a free hit in a very strong group. But Group C this afternoon, Glenn, we're going to start with Jarred Cole. We've got Richie Howson, a senior major champion, coming here as well. Slightly unknown quantity in John McCarthy, and the other three from Group A. Who really sticks out for you there?
I think not necessarily that anyone sticks out above me, but the word consistency. Because when I look at the Jarred Coles, when I look at Adam Lipscomb, when I look at those players, Conan Whitehead, every time I've spoken to them, I haven't been very consistent, Glenn. My inconsistency has been my real issue here. I think opportunity knocks. Great start for Jarred Cole opening up against Klein. He'd be a big favourite going into that one. So maybe the momentum of getting a couple of wins under the belt for Jarred Cole. Look, he should be doing a little bit better. He's at that real crossroads right now. I mean, such a talented individual. A real big damn play. He's hit the treble 20. He doesn't like the lie of that treble. It's almost fallen out. And then, to go bull on that just shows what Jarred Cole's all about. But I want to see more of it, Paul.
Is this the ideal first game for Jarred, considering where he's at? Because it feels like he should win the game, but it will give him an indication as to how he feels for the next couple of days at the start.
Yeah, he still does a lot of local stuff, and he's won a competition yesterday as well. But every time I speak to him, he says, sometimes I'm playing well. And the statistics, which we'll chat about today, sort of back that scenario up. I mean, he's got a massive 100 average in him. The ceiling's there. I just want to see more from Jarred. And, it's got to start somewhere, and maybe this week's that's it.
Where do you think the odds compilers are going to have Jarred then?
I think they're going to. Yeah, I think they're going to have him up there as a favourite. Conan Whitehead we're still waiting for him to really kickstart as well. Such a good player, Conan, big 180 hitter, but them 180s were overshadowed by some of the other players this week. So he needs to find something as well. And as I said, opportunity knocks.
So let's have a look then. Let's see where the odds compilers have got Cole. They've got him in the number 4 position.
Wow.
Behind Adam Lipscomb. Maybe his huge average that he had on Tuesday has had some sort of effect on that. But Richie Howson is a favourite. Is that what you expected?
No, I thought Jarred Cole, so the value, which hopefully is going to be a next question to me, is definitely Jarred Cole at 9-2. Richie Howson, I mean, look, the players see that screen, Paul. They're in the practice room right now, and, they're getting themselves ready for the first game. That'll be a big fillet for Richie Howson. Terrific player. We'll be talking about his his story, what he's done at the World Seniors as well. But 6-4 in that group, I could hardly separate them four. I really couldn't. In fact, Conan Whitehead, I thought he could have gone in as favourite based on what he's done before. That's a big surprise. That's a red-hot favourite at 6-4.
Well, we've spoken a lot about Jarred already, but let's see what he had to say, because when he was speaking to me a little bit earlier on, he seemed a bit cagey about what the next 2 days could be all about. But let's see what he had to say in the lead-up to his practice starts this morning. Jarred, great to have you back playing in Group C this week. Is it strange now going back in front of the cameras, because you've been working behind the scenes quite a lot lately?
Yeah, it is in a way. Obviously, I'm still a dart player at the end of the day, so it's nothing too abnormal, but it feels weird being this side after not being for so long and working behind the scenes. So,
does it give you any advantages because of knowing the format maybe a little bit better than anybody else, or maybe getting some intel on players?
Well, there's no reason for me not to understand the format. So in that sense, yes, I guess so. But ultimately on the stage, you've got 3 darts. So make them count and anyone can win.
How are you feeling about your game at this point in time?
In general, up and down. Won a competition last night, which was a nice little boost. But in general, it's been sort of hit and miss. Hopefully more hitting than missing this week. So we'll see what happens.
Is it good that you're getting the first game today so you can start off hopefully in a positive way so you can send a message to the rest of the field?
I guess in a way, yeah. For myself, just to see where I am, how I'm feeling, just sort of get back familiarised with actually being in front of the camera. So in general, yes, I think it will be a good thing to start early, but who knows?
You could qualify for Champions Week this week and play Champions Week next week. So this is a great opportunity to end 2024 on a high, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. There's a great opportunity here, and I want to make sure I grasp it.
Well, have a great time over the next couple of days. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Jarred has been working with us behind the lens for quite a few months now, and he's got a great deal of intel on his opponents because he's actually been doing it this week. It'll be fascinating to see how things go when he's on the stage as a player now, and quite a few players have done that in the past. Glenn, you've done that. Chris Mason has done it. Scott Mitchell, myself, and others. But now it's Jarred's turn to be put under the microscope. It'll be interesting to see what the 24-year-old can do up against Botswana's finest. And I'm sure he's very happy to draw a line under 15 games of experience over the first 3 days without a win. But now in Group C, he would like to start from scratch. It'll be fascinating to see if he can get a win in this group, Glenn.
Yes, it certainly will be fascinating, but it's a tough ask, as it will be refereed by the legend.
Jarred to throw first. Game on.
That is Paul Hinks. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Jarred Cole. Like I said, we get to know him now
60.
because he's part of the team here. I struggled with that transition of being part of the production to then playing up there, and it just, the venue felt just a little bit different. But I think because
62.
he's been here, Jarred, a few times now, he's used to qualifying. He's had 9 darts. He's had success on that hockey. But I think he's at that real crossroads right now.
100.
I first met him in 2017 when he was winning Europe Cup singles. He was winning the Zyder Down. And just like I say, I'm just looking for that next phase of his career now.
I think he is too. But it's nice to hear that he won a tournament last night. Winning is winning.
93.
It doesn't matter who it's against. If you're the last person standing, that is a good feeling and definitely a good one to bring into the next couple of afternoons. And with the amount of experience that he does have,
40.
he should be very prepared for this.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the elevation of that hand as well. Very wristy, a beautiful action.
134.
Maybe a little bit too intelligent for his own good is Jarred, because can maybe sometimes overthink the game when just keep it simple. Whereas Hilton will have a little
81.
chat about that action as well.
114.
But it's called first down to a finish.
74.
That's worked out pretty well. So far, so good. On a double after 15 darts. And now, all he wants to do
138.
is to get rid of this
Jarred
cleanly
Down 40.
before any trouble ensues.
Well, it was looking very inviting, but a beautiful setup there from Klein. But that's really, really good sight for Jarrod Cole. He's match sharp. He's battle hardened.
First, game on.
He's playing regular on the Challenge Tour. He's played in the World Youth Championships recently on the Development Tour. And like I said, I think this is a group that he
59.
looked at and thought, I can get through this group.
The people he's going to have to beat, Klein, Richie Howson, which
54.
has now been proven as the favourite with the odds compilers. Adam Lipscomb, who has proven to everybody in the world this week just how high he can go. He's got the biggest average of the series now.
94.
John McCarthy's a bit of an unknown quantity. And then Whitehead, we've got just about as much information about him as we have about Cole.
60.
Well, rather than the mic in my hand, I've been watching Hilton Klein on my sofa at home. And like I said, he's a big character in the players' area.
140.
Very likeable. And it must be when you go into that players' area and you're losing game after game. I was almost embarrassed when I played
57.
my 8 games and lost all 8, but I just sense with Hilton that he's just enjoying and relishing the opportunity of being here. The throw looks a lot better than it did on Monday. He has that unique style. Everything's fine there, but he takes that point of the dart,
43.
almost aiming at the floor, which is very reminiscent of the chat we've been having regarding Michael van Gerwen, how he's been throwing the dart, how he holds it different to what he was. But he started nicely
140.
here as Klein. He's first down to a finish this time. He can set up this 165.
He's got a bit of darting intelligence as well, because at times this week when we've seen
38.
numbers, say like 303 or say 265, he has been doing the right things. The right thing
50.
here
Fill your car,
is to get rid of this
127.
with a smile.
Oh, a little smile there from the referee, which I liked. So synonymous to the legend that is Paul Inks. But it's not going to be 127 in game.
Now, Cole does have a bit of a flair in his arsenal.
66.
On this 140, he does have the option of tops if he gets the first dart right. But that's out the window.
82. Hilton the car, 61.
He's a very mature player now, Jarrod Cole. But I guess for a lot of people, a big opportunity here. He said he's savvy. I'm sure a treble 7 was the dart there. So he'll take his time. He'll look at that double 16. Will it burn bright?
Game
Yes,
shot
it
on the
will. What
second
a
leg,
beautiful
Hilton
finish.
Klein.
Level 1-1.
I like the way he's handled
first,
himself over the
game
last
on.
3 days, because if he was a fairly weak person or maybe had a slightly thinner skin,
140.
he would maybe mope around on Wednesday and say, I still haven't won one. But the way he's approached things, the way he has constantly been pushing
96.
the positive button, it's a lesson to everyone.
Well, it was a lesson to me. All I can do is offer the parallel, and yeah, I was the one moping and sulking
95.
about the whole experience. You just get the sense with Hilton, and it must be a real positive boost to go back to the place to see everybody back on 0. And like you say, he started this match, and you used a word there about
81.
maturity, and Jarrod Cole could have had, well, Hilton wasn't fit checking out, why is he doing it against me attitude early in this one. So I want to see a maturity from Jarrod Cole from here.
99.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it does look like a very mature performance so far, because he knows he's going to be tested by Klein, who has improved as the week has
94.
gone on.
Jarrod the car, 167.
So many players starting down below on that 167 now, Paul.
40.
Yeah, Klein's averaging just short of 77 for the week.
60.
He's had 7
Jarrod the car,
maximums,
127.
3 ton plus checkouts as well. So that's something that people have got to be aware of before they start thinking this is a gimme game. It really isn't.
Game
That
shot on the
is
third leg,
wonderful,
Jarrod
though.
Cole.
And that is the first
Fourth
of
leg, Hilton
possibly
the
many
first,
ton
game
plus
on.
checkouts in this group, and it just had to be a 127.
I tell you what, if I was Paul Hings, I would be shouting 127 in game at that point. I don't care.
58.
I don't think we would mind either.
It's just the fact he's putting the smile on the face. It just makes it. It's funny, Paul, because the first time I played at the Grand Slam, I got on the stage. Russ Bray was there. I hit a 180, and I almost looked at my family and went. And I think you get that feeling when you get out there and you see Paul Hinks. He's so respected in the game. I'm liking this from Klein.
Do you know what? I felt that way the first time Bruce Spendley called a 180 for me. I got shivers.
96.
And that's what Hilton is going through this week. If you were to walk up to any darts fan in Europe this week and ask them, tell me something about Botswana darts, they wouldn't tell you a thing. It has to start somewhere. If in 10 years' time, Botswana is the epicenter of African darts, not only does Devin Peterson deserve a shout-out for that, but Hilton Klein might be 0.0 for how it all begins. That's how important this could be. 57 needed for the bull. Well, that's worked out pretty well if he gets another shot.
Hilton Klein 102.
Yeah, potentially a happy accident there. Well, Hilton Klein in this match, we'll talk about his darting intelligence, has left a 165 and a 163 in this
94.
one. Just those fine margins has given Cole an opportunity for double 16, a double he loves. Good marker, surely. Opens the bed. 3-1.
On the fourth leg, JARRED Cole.
Do you know what, Glenn? I'm glad you brought up that 163 and 165 because I think he's on the same sort of level, counting-wise, as someone like Johnny Clayton at the minute. He's definitely doing the right things in the middle of the leg, but there's another dart that needs to be found, and that's the last dart needs to be the right one.
Yeah, I had the spotter in my ear as well, because when he was on that 303, you'd expect him to start in the 19s and hit the 140 there, but you know that may come with experience. I've really enjoyed his performance in this one.
And the weird thing is, earlier in the week on 303, he did go 19s.
100.
So maybe just feeling a few extra nerves at the start of Group C, and he didn't think of that, but he is under the pump here because Cole has turned up.
41.
Yeah, he's been marvellous in this one, JARRED Cole. When that question was asked about him, like I said, I've chatted a lot with JARRED over the years, and maybe sometimes he just overthinks. He's got that silky Rolls-Royce throw that any dart player would want. The next part of it, you know, your talent's 50%. It's your attributes that go with that make you an elite player, and that's what JARRED Cole has to find.
If I'm being pedantic, I think there's a word he uses too much.
57.
And that word is hope. He needs to replace that with will. It's not, I hope I play well. Just say it to yourself. Reinforce positivity by saying, I will play well. And in this game, he has. Doesn't have to do anything silly here.
43.
He'll probably think that was a bit silly, but that is something he can erase with his next visit.
A really, really good performance and a real foundation from Hilton Klein in this game. But the match has been about the big favourite going into it. It's the first time we've seen him this week, and he's tops away from a really superb start. And it's exactly where it was, smack bang in the middle. JARRED Cole, I said, could be really dangerous in this Group C. Fourth favourite out of 6. I think he could be value. But I've just a special mention there for Hilton Klein. He'll bounce back, but JARRED Cole wins take the first game. And game 2 is Richie Howson against Adam Lipscomb.
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and Game 2 is about to commence. And we've got 2 season campaigners for this one, as Richie Howson joins us for the first time this week. Still looking for his first weekly title, not for the lack of trying, over the last 2 and a bit years. But the man who has the best man bun in darts is back, and he's got more talents than most. And this is probably his best one. I say probably, because he can play senior snooker, he can draw a really good picture, and he can catch a fish with a piece of string. Adam Lipscomb, though, has shown us exactly what he can do this week with the best performance of the series. But you do not win a place in Saturday by winning 1 game. You have to be in the top 2 of Group C over the next couple of days. The question is, can he do that, Glenn?
Yeah, an intriguing game, this one.
First leg, Richie to through first. The game on.
And the reason I say intriguing there is just the fact that this man, Richie Howson, who I'm sure his wife is watching, saying, Glenn, please, please don't tip him. Because every time I've tipped him in the World Seniors, he hasn't
100.
gone on to win it. So I'm saying absolutely nothing. But I was surprised at that 6-4 odds in this group. A little bit of a limp there, or was that maybe just something I caught in the back of my eye there? So just maybe something to keep an eye for Richie Howson. Such a lovable guy. He's been the success of the World Seniors for me. A player who 2011, 2012 sort of dabbled with the
100.
Challenge Tour. He dabbled on the whole BDO system. Played a few Players Championships, but I think it's fair to say that we probably, as we look at our potential first 180 there, he thought his career was over. But he got that opportunity at the seniors, and to see him take that Champion of Champions title, a runner-up of the Seniors World Championships, he deserves all the success he gets, does Richie Howson.
59.
I don't think you're wrong, you know. I think there is a little bit of a limp there. But if people out there think that's going to be a disadvantage, there are many people who have had injuries and improved. Simon Whitlock at a World Championship against Dennis Smith could barely walk, still averaged 105 and won. Michael Smith at the UK Open a few years back
97.
in 2019. He could barely walk. He made the semi-finals. But this is a very strong start from Adam.
56. Richie Wakar, 145.
Yeah, just before he throws this 145. Yeah, I was once asked why I was hobbling. I said, I had a stone in my shoe. They said, you've got 17 in the other one.
105. Adam Wakar, 40.
Cheek.
Game
Oh,
shot
look
of
at
the
that.
first
What a
leg, Adam
start.
Lipscomb.
And just to put That performance against Klein on Tuesday
Second leg,
into
Adam to throw
perspective.
first. Game on.
He did that the equivalent of 4 times in a match. My word. The way he's scoring so far, he might even go a bit better.
I mean, any player who can average 115, you know the game's there. You've got to solve the problem. I think a lot of people look at others, how can I do this?
41.
Well, I think that the answers will often lie within, but it must be a nice feeling to know that you can average over the best of 7 legs, 115,
97.
the best average I've had in this series for Adam Lipscomb on Tuesday. But I used that word opportunity knocks when you asked me the question at the beginning. And that's why I called an intriguing match, because I'm seeing the big 4 in this group. And this is one of those head-to-heads that could be
41.
so important come the end.
I couldn't agree more, because if you think about game 14 for tomorrow afternoon, that's this fixture. I can see them both being in the frame going into that game.
He's scoring big, Paul, isn't he? Not often you'll see Richie Howson on 419 when your opponent's on a potential 2-darter.
140. Adam McCart, 84.
It was a 13-dart leg in the opener.
Doesn't have to go for 19 bull here. He was tempted. But he might have to settle for another 13-darter.
Yeah, a couple of, I think it's 3 last 16s he had on the Challenge Tour this year. Finished 70th on the ranking table, Lipscomb, but I definitely see the upward trajectory in his game.
100.
And I think the Modus
40.
Super Series has played a huge part in that.
Is that too flat?
What a wonderful camera angle. And that
Game
camera
shot on the
angle just
second leg.
told you the
Adam
reason
Lipscomb.
why I just moved to the right there, because it looked, with this mic in
Third
hand,
leg,
to
Richard
say,
is first.
surely you
Game
can't
on.
miss now. But the camera angle just demonstrated the fact that that flight was kicking over to the right. He moved over, could only see the right-hand side of that tops, and pinged it beautifully.
60.
I think the 2 biggest things that have changed this year for Adam,
55.
he's more comfortable under pressure than he's ever been, resulting in Saturdays here, where he's always very popular because he's very local. But over the last 3 days, we did reference
121.
that upward trajectory, not just here. And if that's to continue, and I think him
135.
getting a tour card in January at Q School would be too soon for him. I think him staying at this level for at least another year would be the right thing. Because I can see him winning weekly titles here.
60.
I can see him gradually improving with a better engine.
Yeah, like I said, he's scoring
137.
so big, and another positive of him getting a tour card. I won't be asked next year to go, oh my God, it's baby boy.
That was good fun, that promo.
58.
Vince McMahon, I am not.
Well, on the bright side, we do have John McCarthy next. But I promise you, it's not big
125.
John McCarthy from the UFC.
Yeah, with and that is a cracking dart, because he sort of understacks. It's a very
100.
flat dart
Adam
that
McCall,
Richie
49.
Howson throws. Well, very, very impressive from Lipscomb. And again, potential 15-darter again with double 8.
33. Richie O'Carr, 102.
Howson hasn't had a darter double yet. Now he gets one.
62.
It's not far
Adam
away.
O'Carr, 16.
Just to paint the picture, this could be the worst leg of the match. And he
Game
still
shot on the
wins it
third
in
leg, Adam
17 for a
Lipscomb.
double break.
Yeah, 3 from 8 on the outer ring.
Fourth leg,
And
Adam
he's
to throw
still
first. Game
averaging
on.
over 100.
He's gradually getting worse. He's had a 13 darter, a 15 darter, and a 17 darter. But that all
60.
adds up to averaging 15 darts per leg, which is 100.2. If you're a dart geek like us.
Yeah, there was always something nice with that 15 dart. Whether it was a best of 5, best
100.
of 7, best of 11. A dart player does like to say that 100.20 average. Again, a great angle. just to see the trajectory of the dart, the way they're flying in. Very traditional, very simple. Ticks a lot of boxes, Paul.
Doesn't he just? And the antithesis of that is the way that Richie throws them himself.
100.
And pre-Phil Taylor, I can't remember many dart players who used to throw that way. He was almost the first
85.
world-class purveyor of the overstacking method. And that was when he used to use longer, thinner darts.
Well, I used to have a dog, a Springer Spaniel by the name of Murphy, and if you walk through my front door, turn just to the left, there's a beautiful drawing of my dog, and that was done by Richie Howson, as you mentioned at the beginning there, being an artist.
92.
So he's in my house every day, is that man?
He is very, very good.
100.
He is the Bob
Over
Ross of darts.
124.
But he may be defeated. Bull.
99.
That was a match
Richard
dart
Gar 101.
for another ton-plus average.
It would have been another 15 dart. He would have had 100 average. But it's double 12 here for Richie. That's just to get back in the game. Lipscomb has been brilliant in this match.
One of his favourites, double 4.
Getting shot on the
It
match,
won him the
Adam
pairs and the
Lipscomb.
influencer event. It's won him this match by 4 legs to 0. You might think that's a surprise. However, Lipscomb really has been playing some decent darts over the last couple of days. That's what he's just done, shy of 197 average, the 40% on the doubles, and he restricted Howson to 2 darts at a double. So Adam wins that by 4 legs to 0, and next, Conan Whitehead's back, and he will take on debutant John McCarthy.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've just witnessed a beautiful performance from Adam Lipscomb. He was up against the favourite going into this Group C campaign in Richie House and must feel a little bit shell-shocked at the moment. And Adam Lipscomb starts this Group C really, really well as we move on to the debut of John McCarthy against the Series 1 winner. That'll feel like a long time ago for Conan White. They did get a chance to have a word with him. He was disappointed with his Group A campaign. In fact, his highest average over those 15 games was his opener match on Monday morning. It just didn't really happen for him. But with experience comes the fact that he'll know that this Group C is brand new. He can start afresh. He goes into this game as a big favourite against
First leg, John to throw first. Game on.
the very likeable John McCarthy, Paul. Had a chat with him earlier. Coming to darts a little bit later than normal. And another one where he's gone to university in Cork in Ireland, and he's got the love
56.
of darts, and he's gone from local league and is currently, Paul, captain of his county side, Kerry.
What a beautiful part of Ireland that is as well.
100.
We're just going to get this out the way because John McCarthy is a very famous name in sports. Big John McCarthy was the
44.
original referee of the UFC. Turned to retirement from that and then went to be a commentator. He was a very,
41.
very stern individual. I suppose you need to be to separate the likes of Rampage Jackson and Tank Abbott and Ken Shamrock. But the first thing that grabbed my attention when watching John practice this morning was that little hop.
Yeah.
It reminded me a little bit of Peter Manley. Because that's something that was
100.
part of his game when he was world number one.
Yes. Different grip, though. I always thought with Peter Manley, that two-fingered grip that he had, but certainly had that little jump. And also stood behind Nathan Aspinall as well when he's got his rhythm going.
51.
But you use the word stern there, and that's far from meeting John McCarthy this morning. What a lovely guy he was. He was very open, absolutely very proud to be here, very proud to be the
60.
county captain. And decisions will be made about where he goes with darts based on his performance this week. He wants to have a look at his game against
60.
the likes of Conan Whitehead.
I like the fact that Ireland are starting to send us more players. It's not just about Conor Heenahan and Kieran Tierney anymore.
180.
It's about other people as well.
54.
Like McCarthy and Dean Finn, who we saw 2 weeks ago. But he said that Whitehead was a heavy favourite for this game. He's proving why in the first 5 visits he's had. He's already on a double.
And on the
He
back
shot
of
the
that,
first
with
leg,
that
Conor
double 10 was
Whitehead.
that 180. A prolific 180. He's hit over 300 at the Modus Super Series.
Game on.
It was a bit like almost like, yeah, well, I'd like to see a bit more. A little growl from Conan Whitehead.
128.
I am a huge fan of watching Conan when there's a little bit of spice in a game. Because if you were going to send someone into bat for you,
180.
Whitehead would be very close to the top of the list.
Yeah, just a little special moment there for John. There'll be lots of things happening. Ideally, his first
95.
win. Well, he's got his first 180 with Paul Hinks refereeing, of course. Hey, steady on, John. I thought we were on for something really special there, but
87.
I've got a fantastic position here, Paul, and yeah, every single dart that jump is there.
He has got a bit of a spring in his step.
58.
There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Might be another one of those players who comes here to Portsmouth and just exudes nothing but positivity. He's not going to be what's called a mood hoover. He's going to be someone who gives the positivity instead of
100.
soaking everybody else's up, because that does happen.
Yeah, one thing I'd say about Conan Whitehead is when I was in that players area with him, he
95.
didn't practice.
120.
Literally, the only time he threw a dart was when he got on that stage. All players are different. Needs the treble. But not that one.
80. John Ricard, 81.
Superb recovery. Now it's a chance for McCarthy to get his first leg.
Getting shown the
And he
second
does
leg,
that
John McCarthy.
very efficiently.
Third leg, John to through
We
first.
love an unknown quantity here in Portsmouth because when we
Game on.
dig into what they've done and there's not much data out there, we have to rely on people getting in touch with us from said countries like Ireland. We could probably get messages
72.
from the likes of David Coyne or Paddy Meany or some of the promoters over there who put on tournaments or exhibitions. We want to hear from you guys again,
28.
like we did from the Dean Finn situation a fortnight ago. How good is John? What has he shown you over the last 12 months? Because
35.
Ireland has been doing nothing but progressing over the last few years, both in the men's game and the ladies' game.
125.
Yeah, mate, if we've got the side on view again here, just see that little bounce.
The best thing to look at here is the top of the head
79.
when you see it rise. And then you try and compare that with the elbow height. If that elbow height is completely
60.
the same throughout that jumping process, it means nothing. But if the elbow height changes as a result of it, it's something that might need to be minimized. But if you look at that right elbow,
43.
it's very well positioned and it stays that way.
And I think the help is there that he's got a very minimal backswing as well. A real flicker of the dart there, and he generates the power almost by jumping in the
98.
air with that. But what is really important, because you can look at the Chisnell throw, the John Henderson throw, the Richie Burnett throw. They're never aesthetically pleasing on the
31.
eye, but replication is key.
I don't know how you feel about this, Glenn, but when I look at McCarthy's throw without the jump,
140.
it does give me a little bit of Scott Williams vibes.
Well, interesting you've just said that, because at the Killarney Open 3 weeks ago, John McCarthy beat Scott Williams.
96.
That's his
Conor
biggest
McCarthy,
win
50.
of his career to date.
Getting shown the third leg.
What
Conor
more is there to say
Whitehead.
about that? Because it's not the first time he's done it this week. He
Both leg
is
Conan to throw
the
first.
bull master. And if he was a dog,
Game on.
he would be a bull mastiff.
What do you think with a grey and white top with the grey kegs?
100.
And I don't mind dropping a name in here because I remember the first person who commented on someone not having black trousers on tour. It was Mark Webster. And it was actually James Wade who was wearing dark grey
45.
trousers. And he walked up to James and he said, "Ooh, they're naughty pants."
Not that I'd say anything to
85.
Corner Light, by the way.
I don't mind them. I like a bit of light grey. Especially with that top. It's very well coordinated.
46.
I'm saying nothing. I've been told I look like a minion today.
$81.
I think Whitehead was in shock, really, that he found himself in the bottom three over the last few days. But when we talk about Group C success
41.
leading to weekly success, that is something that has been more evident in the last two series than ever before.
105.
Yeah, just taking control of this game. Just wonder if that bullseye has affected John McCarthy, because this has been his worst leg of the match.
113. Conor McCarthy, 130.
It's been really, really solid from Corner White. It's been
54.
round about that 90 average throughout. Very professional. Very sort of reminiscent of the opening match with Jared Cole. So the big hitters are looking good. Only Richie Howson really searching.
100. Conor McCarthy, 76.
Going to be tops for 3-1.
56. Johnny McCarthy, 156.
This would be something else.
Well, he hasn't done an awful lot in this leg, Paul. Well, this is better. Puts some pressure on Conan on double 10.
140. Conor McCarthy, 20.
That's great pressure.
Getting shown
But
the fourth
apparently-
leg, Conor Whitehead.
Pressure is for tyres.
Fifth leg, John to through first. Game on.
If he puts that kind of pressure on Jared Cole a little bit later, Jared might turn into a diamond.
$82.
He's averaging round about the 76 mark, John, and the stats that we have from the excellent ADC side, that's where his
41.
averages have been, between the low 70s to high 70s. He has had the capability to get the 80s and 90s when needed, but I think there's something there.
77.
In the same sort of way as the Botswanan Hilton Klein, his journey is not just for him, it's also for his country.
Yeah.
58.
But in relation to individuals, this is the start of John McCarthy's journey. We don't throw too much pressure his way when he's on debut. Let's see what you can do.
100.
And then in the future, as you get more experience, that comes with expectation as you improve. Look at Lipscomb. When he first
95.
came here, making Saturday was seen as the biggest thing in the world. Now, that's normal.
I think he is the faux pas of fashion, though.
82.
I'm pretty sure when he picked up his dart, John McCarthy, he's wearing white socks. If he is, he is going to be getting a hee shamour from me.
Well, I think he might be a
93.
Madness
John
fan
McCarthy,
if he's dressing this way.
160.
Do you remember what they used to say at school when you had white socks with black
55.
trousers? I don't know why they used to say this, but they said, "Oh, is your budgie dead?"
I don't know why I'm laughing there, by the way.
96. John McCarthy, 105.
This to get right back in it on the throat. Treble 15 or treble 19 will be the shot. I tell you what, he's had a few bounce outs in this game, and that wasn't far away.
65. Corner
But fair play to him.
18.
I wonder if that's something to do with the angle the dart's going in at. We'll have to investigate that later because Whitehead's on a match dart.
Game shot on the match.
And he only
Conor
needs the one.
Whitehead.
That is the exact kind of start that Whitehead needed. That was imposing from the man from the southeast of England, who is one of the favourites to make the top two of this group over the next couple of days. A very, very steady performance with 80% on the doubles. And that brings to an end round one in Group C already. And when we come back, it's going to be Howson's turn to take on Mr. Klein.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series for this Group C campaign, where we've just saw an excellent professional performance, especially on the doubles from Corn and Whitehead. I was asked before a dart was thrown, and I felt there was 4 heavy hitters in this Group C against 2 players on debut, and 3 of those heavy hitters in JARRED Cole. Corn and Whitehead and Adam Lipscomb have really got 2 points on the board, but also demonstrated real qualities in their performances. And the one guy is that man throwing his practice darts now. He was a 6-4 favourite to win this group, and he had a disappointing start with his first game. He was beaten 4-0 by Adam Lipscomb, who was averaging over 100 for the majority of that game.
Game on.
I also saw real positives from Hilton as well in his game, but maybe just the way the programme of plays has gone. Hilton's had a tough start to open up against JARRED Cole, and then
140.
and Richie Howson searching for his 2 points, but again, starts off nicely, Paul.
Yeah, I think that first game, where he averaged just a shade over 83, I compared that with Monday morning when he was making his debut. Now, I may be a little bit off with this, because I'm sure he was nervous on Monday, coming here for the first time. But his first game of a
57.
group, he has improved by 5 points. He had 1 dart at a double and hit it. So there are positives to see from that first game for Klein. He's had
60.
darts to win, 2 matches. That happened yesterday. I would not be surprised to see him banking not just the 1 win over the next couple of days, but a few, because I definitely, like Duzza, see huge improvements in his game. Moving forward, post this week though, whatever happens, it is crucial
100.
that if he wants to progress with this sport, that he continually tests himself against players like this in the future.
Yeah, here. Eloquently put as always. And I'm sure if he watches back his games, he'd be proud to hear the words. But for Richie, I always feel he's better when he's got like a crowd. He's an entertainer. He hasn't looked, I mean, physically you can see there he doesn't look 100%. And Klein is playing beautiful. Bullseye for a 1-2-1.
96.
He's going to go for his shots then. He's a man with 2 nicknames, Glenn. He's called the Gladiator and Triple H.
100. Hilton the car, 25.
Well, we've stuck to the wrestling theme earlier with Baby Boy, so let's stick with Triple H. Hunter, Hurst, Helmsley.
Each on the first leg, Hilton Klein.
He's got game, all right. He's taking the first leg.
Second leg, Richie to throw first.
With
Game
accomplishment. 17 darter. And if he can stick in that zone of around 88, a bit more, he might just catch people
59.
at the wrong time. And who's to say he can't get in the top 2? I use the example of Jim Meyer from Luxembourg quite a lot
121.
since he was bottom of Group A a few weeks back. And then he was within 1 dart of qualifying for Saturday night through Group C. So don't tell me that he can't qualify, because he's
100.
starting to show the kind of stuff where he can.
He has averaged over 90 this week, but right now
100.
he's averaging over 94. It's a polished performance so far. I don't want to be the of doom, but when you're not winning games, that element's
100.
got to come into the mind at some point. It's easy enough just to continue, just keep playing as you're playing Hilton. But when you're not winning games, that stigma can just be there. But you have to say, this is terrific.
140.
Absolutely beautiful to see. Look at those numbers.
I think the biggest thing for him, based on what we've
45.
seen over the last 3 and a bit days,
140.
is if he gets to the point where he can cross the line. Can he cross the line? hasn't done it yet. But he's put himself in position a few times now.
Can you just see the left-hand side of that treble 20?
60.
He had to stay there. Well thrown dart. Maybe not the reward he wanted, but just 27% on the outer ring. I didn't think the doubles would be his major problem this week. I thought, did he have the firepower? Did he have the scoring power to last with the others?
99. Hilton
Well, they can give him a
80.
tick for that in this match so far. Will he get his opportunity to double with these 3 darts?
Really good with the first 2. I like this. Oh, he's just
42.
offline.
Richie O'Connor,
Howson's got to get in
98.
this game quickly. He hasn't won a leg today yet. He needs to cross the line to start his charge, which he can't do here.
58. Hilton O'Connor, 38.
It's not the only leg he's worried about. Like I say, seen him walk, and that walk is getting worse by the moment. He's gone direct for this double 19.
No score.
That's one way to
Richie
bust it.
O'Connor, 40.
Howson off the mark if he hits this. And he's hit the wrong double.
32. Hilton O'Connor, 38.
Well, what does Klein do this time after what he's just seen?
Well, first of all, take a deep breath. It all looks a little rushed and hurried right now. What
Game
a
shot on the
dart.
second leg,
Little
double
fist
fine.
pump to go with as well. Super stuff from Hilton
Third
Klein.
Hilton to throw
This is a
first.
player who's
Game
lost
on.
16 games on the spin. Paul talked about the fact that your head can go down. Well, penny for your thoughts right now, Richie Howson. Big favourite to win this Group C, remember.
96.
He is right up against it now.
If you aren't winning games, you've got to find a bit of glory in the smaller battles. Winning a leg,
100.
winning a situation, punching back from a moment of adversity, like busting 38. He's getting small victories
100.
more day in, day out. But we just don't know what kind of confidence he would garner from getting his first victory.
100.
You know how we talk about people getting their first tournament victory or ranking title and how they go on to have more success very soon after? Is that any different to winning your first game here?
100.
I'm not sure it is, because he's the better player in this game.
He certainly is. This has been a joy to watch. His average has dipped a little bit because of those missed darts at a double in the previous
100.
leg, but just a
Hilton O'Connor,
reminder,
125.
he went into this match as a big second favourite. He should look centre of the board. Does he even stay there?
He probably shouldn't have. But maybe he was caught up in the moment there.
Yeah.
And remember, he was on a
69.
9-darter on Tuesday. And he was also on a 170 finish earlier this week as well. He didn't get either of them. But he almost created himself a bit of a moment there.
140.
Well,
Hilton
this
O'Connor,
is his moment.
56.
For me, the biggest 2-3 dart of this match. Another look at the scoreboard there. Just looks a little fidgety. He just looks like he's not composed. And there lies the problem. Everybody can bang the ton 40s, ton 80s.
No
It's
score.
when you put yourself in winning
Richie
positions
O'Connor,
like that.
61.
To get off the mark, it's 88.
Getting shot on the third leg.
There's the
Richie
composure
Howson.
that maybe Hilton needed in his previous visit. That's the first leg of
Fourth
the
leg,
day
Richie to throw first. Game on.
for the man who was a very, very big West Ham fan. I'm saying nothing.
Yeah, after Middlesbrough's result last night, I don't want to talk football today.
All right, let's move on then.
55.
I wonder if Hilton is a football fan. We talked earlier on Monday about the most well-known sports person in Botswana being Letsile Tebogo,
96.
who is the Olympic 200-meter champion.
Yes.
They've got a great track and field team full of some great stars. It could be a country that starts to thrive
60.
once you get someone who shows where the country is and what they can do. Look what Norway have done over the last few years with Karsten Warholm, with Erling Haaland,
40.
Jakob Ingebrigtsen, Martin Odegaard, Victor Hovland, the golfer. When someone gets a bit of success like that, it can have a governmental effect
140.
where more funding goes into darts. And what Hilton does here, it might have an effect on whether the Botswana government can actually fund this sport for the great of the younger
95.
generation.
Very impressive your pronunciation of the Norwegians there, Paul, I have to say.
It helps being an athletics fan.
I'm huge.
140.
His scoring is fine.
$140.
I suppose when you reevaluate the games and when he looks back, you can give him a 6 or 7 out of 10 for his scoring power today. He did open the door ajar slightly for this man who hit double 8 in the previous leg. This
Game
time,
from
no
the
problem at
fourth
all.
leg.
That
Richie
side of the board
Hauser.
with the double 16. And you have to say Hilton Klein missed
Fifth
that
leg, Hilton
opportunity to
through
go
first.
3-0
Game
up.
on.
And Richie Hausen, quick as a flash, level at 2-2.
They are the fine margins of the Modus Super Series. If you don't close the door,
60.
somebody will walk through it. And this is the test today, isn't it? Because we've given Hilton Klein free rein over the last 3 days
121.
to get that experience, get that comfort on the stage. Now it's a case of, can you cross the line? Can you put yourself into position again?
100.
And when you are there, can you have the composure to hit the shot when you need it? Or to quote Kevin Costner from Prince of Thieves, can you make the shot when you must?
60.
Yes, and Lakeside starts this week as well. So it's the draw for the PDC World Championships has been done.
140.
The most important part of the year for our beloved sport. With Champions Week at Modus Super Series. What a time to be a dart fan.
If you are a darts fan, this time of year, Christmas lasts 6 weeks. You've got everything you could possibly want. There's only one African player in the PDC Worlds. Cameron Carolison has got a rather stiff task.
139. Richie O'Carr, 140.
Well, it's been a pretty stiff task for Richie Hausen, and just when he thought going level at 2-2, the job was pretty much done now. Klein has sat pretty on 62, but my
55.
assessment for
Hilton
Hilton
O'Carr,
Klein
62.
is now, I've seen enough from him in relation to his power scoring. This is the bit where my confidence isn't 100%. Could stay there, should stay there for double 16. Biggest start of the match. 3-2, what a dart.
I think that's the best dart he's thrown this week.
6 leg Richie to throw first.
Because the pressure
Game on.
was firmly on him. And that's why you got that reaction. Throughout the course of the week, we speak to people pre-show, pre-first darts.
180.
We speak to people who succeed when they win a group or qualify for Saturday night. I'm starting to think if
134.
Hilton doesn't qualify for Saturday, it will be an interesting interview to see how his journey has been. He will not believe how much he's learnt about himself this week. And if he
100.
was to get a victory in this match against a major champion from World Seniors, my word, that would be a feather in his cap.
Yes, I have a saying which I've said a million times. You never
45.
lose, you learn. And it's up to Hilton to sort of go back and just have a look at what he felt he did well. Don't focus on the negatives. Don't look at that Group A campaign.
100.
Look at the positives there. He's put himself in a fantastic position. And remember, he has the darts if we do go the distance in this one. Richie Howson has pulled out a cracking leg here.
58. Richie Carr, 121.
Doesn't have to do anything crazy here. Just lay up for the double that you want.
89.
Sign of experience there, because earlier in the game, on 121, Hilton went for the bull when Howson was not on a finishing number.
55.
Howson
Richie
was having
Carr,
none of that.
32. Game shot on the 6th leg. Richie
Howson? That's how. 3-3. Longest game of the day so far by some stretch. And what an opportunity this is for Klein to get across the line. The question is, can he get to the position where he has a chance
95.
to do so?
Yep, the heart will be pumping now. That last start, though, was the golden ticket that he's searching for. And he'll like it when he looks up there. You can just see, if you keep your eye on Hilton behind, that's the tension and anxiety he's trying to
83.
release. When you get up there, the game is so easy. When you're sat practicing at home and, why can't I do this at the Modus Super Series? Well, how can you get all that release of energy? Well, you saw what he did. Does it work?
182.
Take that.
And if he wins this leg, he will party.
Just keep your eye on him behind.
55.
You put yourself in his position. 16 games on the spin he's lost. Up against the favourite to win this Group C, the accomplished Richie Howson. And he is flying right
95.
now.
I just wonder, because he was in a match-winning position twice yesterday, whether he's more prepared for this than he was in those 2 consecutive games against Whitehead and Lipscomb yesterday.
101. Hilton Carr,
He's got
131.
time on his side, but this is the opportunity he's been waiting for. 111 left.
40.
I know I'm boring, but treble 17, tops wasn't the timing there. Like a good golfer, just lay it up, Hilton. Stay on that treble 20 bed, which you're hitting regular.
Yeah, think of a score like 99
43.
to lead double 16, which has been very good to him in this game.
And I think Richie Houston's been good to him. Well, that setup play there, so it's 6 darts minimum from 91. 74 points left, treble 14 or treble 18. He's making that decision right now. So 65. Does he go greedy? Centre of the board. Just needs to
40.
gather his thoughts, Paul, right now.
He's going to feel like Happy Gilmore at the minute. Just tap it in. Just tap it closer. He still needs another single to get to a match-winning double.
And there's the pressure.
125.
He's left himself a 2-darter.
51.
Remember, that heart will be racing right now for his first win of the week. He takes his time. The ghost throw. The adrenaline pumping. Is it 17 times lucky? Double 8. Absolutely.
Game showing the match.
What a
Double time.
victory for Hilton Klein. And look at the response. And the gentleman that is Richie Howson. The sportsman that he is. But what a special moment for that man. And look how he celebrates. A sensational win. That Group A campaign, played 15, lost 15. His head didn't go down. And he's put a tremendous exhibition of a finish at the end there. Richie Howson will be disappointed. But Hilton Klein, his first 2 points at the Modus Super Series. We move on to the next game. It's Conan Whitehead against Jarred Cole.
You have to be made of stone not to feel great for Hilton Klein, because after 16 defeats throughout the course of week 12 here in Series 9, he has found success for the first time. And if you think that he only won that game because his opponent didn't play well, think again. Howson averaged nearly 92, had a couple of maximums. He was 3 out of 7 on the doubles, and Klein beat him. So many congratulations to Hilton. Now he's got to build on that. And he's going to have to do so against the likes of Whitehead and against Lipscomb a little bit later on.
First leg, Conan to through first. Game on.
And the very last game of the day in this group will be Klein against McCarthy. And I wonder if those two are going to be in contention at the end of the day, or may just fall away. These two, we know that they will contend because they both won in round number 1 convincingly.
59.
And now it is a chance for them to double up. Whitehead averaged 88 with 80% on doubles.
180.
That was a 4-1 win against McCarthy. And the fact that it's only been about 20 minutes since that,
60.
he'll be feeling ready to come back to the Oki and do it again.
Yeah, just while you were chatting there, Paul, I was having a look at the
91.
season for Jarred Cole. And just on the Challenge Tour, I think if you'd have said to him, this is what you're going to do on the Development Tour and the Challenge Tour this year, I think if you'd have asked him that on January the 1st, 2024,
170.
he'll have been disappointed in how it's gone. So he's looking for a big ending to 2024.
85.
No doubt he'll be going to Q School. It was a super start to the day from him, but this is a bigger challenge.
140. Konica 85.
To start the match in fine style. 88.
69.
Jarred Cole has laced up his scoring boots a little bit too late in this first leg. But in this format, if you're against
64.
the throw,
Konica 60.
there's no pressure on you in leg 1.
Game shown the first leg.
And it's a
Conan
leg that he's
Whitehead.
lost. So now he has to switch on and get into this quickly.
Second leg
Otherwise,
challenges
Whitehead is
for
someone who
first.
can
Game
run
on.
and run fast.
Yeah, he's a pressure player, isn't he, Conan Whitehead? He just thought, I'd like to see a bit more of a spirit about him.
125.
I thought he was very professional in that first game. Yeah, when we were catching, the camera was catching him, he was almost shaking his head. Probably because he knows he can do this with ease. But sometimes you've just got to give off the right vibes as well. But I do feel good for the winner of this game. 2 wins out of 2.
85.
Moving on to the next games from here. Conan Whitehead's next game is against Hilton Klein. Now, I know Hilton's just won a game, but Conan Whitehead will go as a massive favourite for this one.
140.
If you were to liken Conan to another sports person in the world, who would you liken him to?
81.
Well, I'm sharing a house with him, so I need to be careful here. So I'll have a little think about that. Good question, because I know Conan very, very well.
100.
Shared a final with him on the BDO. Just sat in his company, and he's a good guy. A real gentle giant, so that's where my thought process is going. I
37.
don't know why I'm
Konica
going.
136.
Don't know why I'm going to golf, because he doesn't look like a golfer. What I was going to say is, could he get a hole in one here?
96.
Do you know who he reminds me of a little bit? Mark Allen in snooker. He's got a mean look about him, but that's not
78.
necessarily
Konica
all
40.
he is. There is a grace about the way he plays this game,
20.
and he might get
Gallagher
bitten because of
car,
those
95.
misses.
Jarrod Cole hasn't been in this game so far. He may start in the bullseye in this 95. Looks like he's looking downstairs, however. Double. It's just not been Jarrod Cole's game so
55.
far.
Konica
Conan
20.
White is so prolific on double 10.
Game shown
And
the
I think
second
that's the
leg, Conan
exact same
Whitehead.
spot he's hit 3 times already today. But yeah, he looks very
Third
laboured,
leg,
doesn't
Conan
he?
to through first. Game on.
Yeah, I think Conan has been a little bit under the weather this week. It is getting very chilly on the south coast.
58.
And players at this time of year, they've got to look after themselves to make sure they're in 100% prime condition. And if you aren't, you've got to do the right things.
Well, I really like that from Jarrod Cole. Because I think Jarrod Cole would have got frustrated after that first dart. This game's been a disaster for him. But he stood back, pinged a couple of treble 19s, but what you don't want to hear then is your opponent smash another 180 from Whitehead.
60.
He's already got 3 today. Expect plenty more. Strangely, he only got 10 in Group A, which is under his usual pro rata amount for 15 matches. And Pilgrim and Van Schie had more than 20 each.
58.
So he's got a bit of ground to make up in that statistic. But he's all about the end statistic. It's really apt that his second initial is W, because that's what it's all about for him.
Yeah, we'll talk about those 180s. Why do we talk about it? Well, at the Modus Super Series, he went 24 games on the spin, where he hit a 180 in every single game. Today's been more about his doubles. Can he find the chance? It's tops again with a massive 3-0 lead. No problem whatsoever. There it is, he's set.
This is good.
The
start of this group for Whitehead, it looks ominous. And Whitehead involved in a Week 12 finals on Saturday night. That does have a certain ring to it, especially when you consider how incredible this place was when he won Series 1. That
45.
Famous Saturday night where he took out Graham Usher somewhat comfortably. And he got a prize that changed his family's life.
81.
He would like another dose of that just before Christmas.
Do you think what Luke Littler did sort of... devalue is not the right word, but we don't often talk about Conan Whitehead winning it because after that Luke Littler did what he did.
That's entirely fair, because how many times do we reference Raymond Smith?
57.
How many times do we reference Jim McEwen?
Scott Taylor.
Exactly.
It's a lot of it is about what Luke did, and Conan's, hey, I was the first to do it.
42.
There's something to be said about being the original. And when you say that, you can't help but think about our late friend Kyle.
56.
Kyle Anderson will always be remembered as the original. But the original Super Series champion, it was this man.
Yeah,
92.
that's where my mind went.
167.
For Jarrod Cole, success has to start somewhere. Needs to start now because he's running out of time in the best of 7. He's doing 99. What he needs to, but the unfortunate thing is it is only on throat. You'd expect Conan, who's almost sort of given up in this leg. But I tell you what, another treble there would have made it interesting.
Jarrod would do well here to subscribe to a certain rule that we have in this building.
60.
Which is
Corner
win big,
22.
lose tight. And he gets another look, somewhat fortuitously, at this double 4 now.
23.
Win big, lose tight means
8.
win by large margins. And if you do lose 4-3.
Yeah, Jarrod's played Conan only on record, just the once in a challenge to it. But they know each other's game right now, so he knows that was a must-hit double 4 just to get back in it.
Conan to throw first, game on.
But just to give the all-round picture right now, if it does go the final 3 legs, this man has darts in 2 of them.
140.
And he can do that just at the flick of a switch.
We did reference the fact that Jarrod
96.
has worked in this building behind the cameras. We can also say that he has the benefit of using the practice facilities in between sessions, and he really does use them.
$39.
Well, that could be that.
Yes, we are now coming to that final 100 metres. You feel now for Conan Whitehead. Just had to remain professional.
45.
Again, that might look like it's a disappointing 45, but I say those first 2 darts just around that treble 20 bed. He will be back. 180 needed from Cole. Just one of those games, Paul.
100. Conor Carwood in 36.
Averaged nearly 92 in his first game, Jared. This one here, it's more than 10 points back.
96.
Just needs to find that little bit of extra consistency in a group like this. Otherwise, he might find himself in the bottom 4 instead of the top 2.
Consistency was the word we
140,
used.
40.
Consistency was the word that Conan Whitehead
Ain't
used
showing
about his
much
Group A
Conor Whitehead.
campaign. But it's 2 wins out of 2 in this Group C. And Jared Cole is all smiles there, but that was just one of those games you'll want to forget. There's the camera. Give us a smile, the pair of them. They look at each other, but Jared is just not up for it right now. But for Conan Whitehead, 92.5, but he's been really solid today, and he's got Hilton Klein in his next game, so he'll be a big favourite to go 3 wins out of 3. As we move on to the next game, it's the return of Adam Lipscomb against John McCarthy.
Welcome back to Portsmouth. Plenty of darts to come this afternoon. And in the shape of Adam Lipscomb, you've got someone who is very local and very hopeful of making Saturday night once again. Can you imagine what the atmosphere will be like here at the Live Lounge if the final in Week 12 would be Adam Lipscomb against Jimmy Van Schie? 2 of the most popular players to come here. Well, Jimmy's already in Saturday night. He'll be bringing his fan club from 7:30 p.m. on Saturday night. Adam has still got to get there, but he's started very well indeed in round number 1, averaging nearly 97.
First leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
He's now up against debutant John McCarthy, who only got the 1 leg against Whitehead in round number 1.
44.
Yeah, Portsmouth is the epicentre of this level of darts over the next month, because you've got week
71.
12, you've got Champions Week next week, then the ADC Global Championship will follow for the following 2 weeks, all the way up to Sunday the 22nd of
85.
December. And there's a small matter of Lakeside and Alexandra Palace as well. What a time to be alive.
137.
Yes, I guess for the neutral as well. For that crowd on Saturday night when Adam Lipscomb qualifies.
95.
There's hardly a seat available. He is the local player. Incredible support. And for John McCarthy, despite the fact he
90.
averaged where I thought he'd be averaging around about the mid-70s in that first game, I think there was successes there. I like his attitude.
140.
I like his determination on the hockey. Like I say, chatting to him, he comes as a really nice person to speak to. But I think he has that steely determination about his game as well.
133.
And there's a lot of positives coming from him right now.
97.
That's pretty
John Lugar,
positive.
70.
Can he take the lead for the first time in his Super Series career? Double 16 will tell us. He's like a jack-in-a-box, this lad, isn't he?
Game shown in first leg, John McCarthy.
He has
Second
got
leg,
a
John
spring in
to
his
throw
step.
first.
It's like he's walking with pogo sticks in his
Come on.
trainers.
Yes, he's a little jack-in-the-box, isn't he? But he did an awful lot right there. He stood back, sharp and take a breath, released the breath, looked at the double 16, pinged it, celebrated it. I like him. And like I say, he's just on the beginning of that journey as well. So a very proud captain of his county side.
Is it just me, or has he got a little bit of
100.
Josh Rock about him? He's very vibrant. He strides around the stage. I don't think his setup is that different to
57.
Josh Rock either. Never thought about getting a haircut like that, Glenn?
140.
I'm talking about John, though,
I'm
not
assuming
Adam.
you're not talking about Adam Lipscomb here.
Yeah, this haircut was made famous by Morrissey back in the 80s. It's making a comeback.
Yeah, it's very Kevin Dukes, isn't it?
180.
Oh, that's very impressive.
85.
Well, we've seen a debutant win in the previous one. In fact, that Hilton Klein beat Richie Howson. And on debut, John McCarthy went into this match
140.
a second favourite because Adam Lipscomb was sensational in his opening game against Richie Howson, was averaging round about the 103 to 105.
64.
Ended up with a 97, but McCarthy here for a 2-0 lead. He's going to get a dart or a double. That double is double 16. Same process. Sharp and take a breath. The release of the breath. Never taking his eyes off double 16. Same outcome.
32. Adam Lugar, 36.
Not quite. Double 9 for Lipscomb. Did he think that that was in? That one isn't.
No score. John Lugar, 32.
So McCarthy's getting a second bite. That dart is wobbling when it hits the board sometimes.
16.
And that was so
Adam Lugar,
close.
36.
Well, he thought that double 18 was in, and both he and referee
Game shown in
were
the
having a
second
good
leg,
look.
Adam Lipscomb.
This time, no such problem. When they were having a good look together, thought right
Third
said
leg, Adam
Fred
to
had
throw first.
entered the building.
Game on.
Well, nobody's ever going to outdo Richie Burnett when it comes to looking at a dart in the board from different angles. He saw a
100.
dart from more angles than Alan McManus would see a snooker shot. But I wouldn't be the darts geek that I am, Glenn. I'm really glad you're here
68.
today because it's a chance for us to pay homage to someone that we both really admire. Because when I see the name McCarthy,
55.
I think about Dougie. England international from our neck of the woods. To say he's a legend is a bit of an understatement.
139.
You could argue is the real benchmark for North East darts as well. Even when I was playing Durham Super League, maybe 6-7 years ago, he was still playing.
180.
Providing darts like Adam Lipscomb's doing today as well. But yes, Dougie McCarthy, if you are watching, big hello from the North East boys.
27.
Yeah, he was an England international with the likes of John Lowe, Eric Bristow, Cliff Lazarenko, and you think, wow.
I wonder what he thinks of the game now.
134.
I'll tell you what, he'd like the game of Adam Lipscomb in this leg after 12 darts. He's taken full control after that missed opportunity, that double 16 from John McCarthy.
100. Adam
Lipscomb then
32.
took out that double 18 to level at 1-1, and he has
Being shown
absolutely
the third
pile
leg,
drived
Adam
his way to success in that third leg. On throat, 13 darter, tough to beat. He leads 2-1.
It is very easy to say because we are witnessing Adam playing very well, but I have never, over the course of a few days, seen him play this impressively. He looks more
60.
ready to pop than ever before. And he's got to take advantage of this form because this looks really good.
Yeah, the draw's not as kind because his
96.
next game is going to be against Jarred Cole, who'll be smarting right now. He'll want to bounce back, so the big games keep on coming for Lipscomb.
140.
But he'll end the afternoon on games he'll expect to win.
$96.
It's been decent from McCarthy,
Yeah.
averaging 90. But the mood that Lipscomb is in,
100.
is 90 going to be enough? Maybe 90 with about 50+% on doubles might be enough.
134.
This is superb. I don't think he'll go for the bullseye a la Conan Whitehead. There will be pressure from Lipscomb.
140.
Big pressure, make
John
that.
McCarthy, 50.
This is what these players will practice before they walk on the stage. Big number double. I can't stress the importance of it for moments like that.
Each on the fourth leg,
2-2.
John McCarthy.
Efficiency on the doubles is going to be
Fifth leg,
needed.
Adam to throw first.
So
Game
far,
on.
2 from 6. It gets him level after 4. And after a first round of play, where we had 2 4-1s
100.
and a 4-0, round 2 is a lot tighter.
$56.
You can just see him looking to his left there. A little bit of frustration because that's telling me he's feeling good.
100.
But a super solid start from Lipscomb on throat, ton.
56.
This is what we call tunning down. This is what old school dart players used to do to us. Just constantly
100.
one treble every visit. If you make a mistake, that ton looks even better.
Yeah, I think it was our social media team who asked me a question recently. I said my favourite leg is ton 101 finish.
90.
And that'll be on the mind of Adam Lipscomb right now.
You very rarely see them these days because from this position, what they tend to do is hit 105 or 130.
45.
Yeah, it'd have to be a last dart treble, wouldn't it? Still a big ask here for McCarthy. Back on that nasty 299. Means you have to travel around the board. And I
77.
tell you what, that must be
Adam
5
McCarthy,
or 6 bounce outs he's
156.
added to the...
His darts do go in at a slightly obscure angle.
82.
And if you look at the way that his points taper towards the end, they're not going in by a great deal. They are tickling the sisal. And if they're interfered with, they do bounce to the floor.
31.
Yeah, the
Adam
problem when you've had a
McCarthy,
bounce
74.
out, then you try to push your arm a little bit too forceful. But Lipscomb on throw again. Double 16 for a 3-2 lead. He goes one away.
I think there's a bit more proof in how sharp Adam is feeling at the minute.
First, game on.
That double 16 didn't need a marker. That is how you can actually get your way through to Saturday night if you're a fan,
42.
not if you're a player, of course. But you might want to get tickets pretty soon
100.
for around 48 hours' time, because if Adam qualifies tomorrow afternoon, there will be no tickets left. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, again, the bounce
120.
out. It's like watching Jordan Matthews again.
At least he's getting 2 to stick in the board.
125.
The only one thing I do like is every time I get the bounce out, I get a chance to see the White Sox. Hee hee.
57.
If he wins, Paul, if he wins, he's got to moonwalk off the stage. He has to do it just for me.
140.
The challenge has been laid down. But there's a
97.
huge,
Adam McCall,
huge
136.
doubt about winning this game, because Lipscomb is in position to take it. Not right now. It's his turn. His time to get a bouncer.
80.
But he's left it pretty. At 56, he'll fancy his chances based on the way he's been playing today. Again, not that McCarthy will want to hear this, but lots of positives. More positives than negatives on this performance.
86.
But Lipscomb
Adam McCall, 56.
round about the 100 average mark again. And this for the match.
36.
The match isn't his
John McCall,
just yet.
99.
And with all of those darts on the floor, McCarthy has still got a chance. The chance is at double 16. That is very
Game show
good.
6 like John McCarthy.
Good fighting spirit. As soon as Adam misses a couple of match
75 like
darts,
Adam to throw first.
McCarthy
Game
makes
on.
him pay for it.
This is a thriller. That was bad.
40.
Will you just beat it? Well, he did pinch that leg. He's a very smooth criminal, isn't he? I think that's enough of that.
Yeah.
140.
Tell you what, I thought he was out when Lipscomb wanted that 56. I like McCarthy. I was a little
60.
bit concerned. We sit and we look at stats and we look at his previous games. I've been watching his results on the vaults. He went to play the big competition in Middlesbrough as well. He travelled
46.
over for the national ADC, but he's outperformed himself today. Still looking for that first win. Ton of head going into
100.
this. This is evenly balanced right now.
If you can't play good darts here, you can't play good darts because the conditions are perfect. You've got space to practice backstage. You've got plenty of time to prepare.
96.
And when you get on the stage, which is temperature controlled and a neutral environment with lots of space yet again, with a professional referee, there is no excuse
100.
not to play your best darts on this stage.
Yeah, just rishing just a little bit too much on that one. Adam had barely taken the dart, but that transit,
62.
incredible.
It's the entry angle. It has to be. As soon as he collides with another dart, it's not primed for collection
99.
or
John
grouping.
McCall, 157.
He might have to do what we call white horsing it, using 3 different parts of the board to get away from the deflections.
It's a beautiful second. That'll leave 87 points. So treble 17 will be the desired target.
125.
Unless I've got my numbers wrong there.
102.
I got my numbers wrong.
Does Adam? Double 16. Oh,
He's
that
shown
will
the
feel
match.
pretty
Adam
sweet
Lipscomb.
because he was on the cusp of maybe losing that contest if he didn't hit that 102. That was clutch. McCarthy tested him, but Adam was up to the test with another 90-plus average on the stage and 40% on the doubles. He deserved that, and it was all about the last shot. The 102 gets him 2 valuable points to end round number 2. A warm welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Thursday afternoon. We've seen 2 rounds of play here in Group C so far. Everything going with throw in the second round. Wins for Whitehead and Lipscomb again, because when they were against the Darts in round 1, they bossed it. And they were troubled a little bit more in round 2, but they still came away with the win. But Hilton Klein has waited 4 days for his first win, and he got it against Richie Howson.
For his first win of the week. He takes his time. The ghost throw. The adrenaline pumping. Is it 17 times lucky? Double 8. Absolutely. What a victory for Hilton Klein. And look at the response. And the gentleman that is Richie Howson. The sportsman that he is. But what a special moment for that man. And look how he celebrates.
And his reward for that is to wait a couple of more games for another tilt at glory, but he's got to take out Conan Whitehead. He hasn't beaten Conan this week, obviously, because he didn't win a game in Group A, but he is more prepared now to put a victory together than ever before. I promise you, Conan Whitehead will be throwing right-handed when he starts the match officially, but he has been giving us a few darts impressions over the last few days.
Through first. Game on.
But now he's got to play like himself. And I wonder, with that victory for Klein Glen, does that mean that the people who play him for the rest of the day will take him maybe a little differently than before?
Look, the beauty of sat in this
59.
seat is that you see these players all week up close and personal. Now, I've watched Hilton Klein from afar, but sitting watching him here, his scoring
44.
power is matching the others. I mean, this is a tough Group C. For me, it was 2 from 4 going into it. But Hilton Klein, after the back of that victory now, you know, he'll be just walking on air. He'll feel he can walk on water. It's a
57.
great feeling for him. And like I said, he's the only negative is the fact that he's up against a player who's beaten him 3 times this week. But as you alluded
16.
to, he did have his chances against Conan yesterday, put himself in a good position. It's just great to see.
Look at the trend, though. Monday, lost 4-1.
81.
Tuesday, lost 4-2. Yesterday, lost 4-3, having missed match chances. Getting closer and closer and closer. And for that reason, that might just be something that Conan works with. When people get closer to you, they ask a question. What does Conan do next?
Yes, we've seen Hilton Klein leave 163, 165, and now it's 169. But he's right in this leg because 126 is far from a gimme. And he's finding that treble 20 bed.
68.
Just a little inconsistent, of course, without stating the obvious of what we're seeing there. But he's going to be back.
Well, if you are playing bogey number bingo, there's 3 numbers for you.
9.
We haven't got a 162 yet, a 168, or a 166. Or have we had the 166? I think Jared Cole might have left it. But if you're doing it based on Hilton only, he's got 3 of them.
93. Conor Carwood 17.
Yeah, beautiful last start there. Treble 19 needed. Treble 19 got. Combination finishing at its
Being
very
shown the first
best.
leg,
Conan
Conan
Whitehead. I think the way he's looking at that dart ball, Paul, he's got away with one there. But that's
Second
not
leg,
for the
Conan
first
through
time
first.
that
Game
Conan
on.
Whitehead has got a dart at tops to win the leg on a big combination finish and got it. Signs are really good.
121.
You can look at a bit of paper or a smart screen and see that Whitehead hit that 117. But you've got to be someone within this sport who
40.
sees a lot of finishes to understand just how impressive that was. That upright, massive javelin dart in the way. He gets that treble 19 and he fires that tops from about 8 feet. That is a special checkout.
We talk about technology so much, and they've all got the
45.
pros and cons, but you're absolutely spot on. It's almost every time he's thrown it, that is a blocker for the treble, for the double top.
I remember years ago when Justin
42.
Pike was throwing around 2011, 2012. The darts were sitting down so much that when he hit the treble 20, it was a blocker for the bullseye.
Yep.
It's the other way around for Conan.
60.
I think at one point he was dabbling with 60mm points. I mean, they were going in at such a crazy angle. Yet to have Justin Piper, the Modus
58.
Super Series. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, he doesn't play darts anymore, which is a bit of a shame. He was the #1 seed for the Players' Championship Finals in 2011.
40. Conan O'Carr, 140.
Somebody's imposing themselves right now, and his name is Whitehead. 68 left. A
132.
lot less than that now.
Yeah, it's a good sign when you're not at your... I was about to say not at your best, but his average at 95 at the moment is Conan Whitehead.
140. Conan O'Carr, 8.
Double two. He's going to bust it. That's exactly
No
the right
score.
thing to do.
Well, it's an average buster, but it's the right thing to do. Just get the 2 points. Remember, Conan White is already on 2 wins out with 2 at the moment going into this one.
Question here, Glenn.
58.
If
Conan
Hilton was
O'Carr,
in that
8.
situation, would he have gone for the #1?
I think he'd have gone for the #1.
Getting shot on the second
But
leg,
that's the
Conan
reason why you
Whitehead.
don't, in my opinion. Board management. But it's
Third leg,
split-second
Hilton,
decisions.
first. Game on.
It's very easy me sat here answering that question for you, Paul, but he enjoys the camera, Conan, doesn't he?
He certainly does. And we love him as well. Never a dull moment when Conan's in the
85.
building.
$42.
I think he gets so disappointed with trebleless visits because he knows how good he is.
Yeah, but there's always a but, isn't it? ... I think he's trying to explain to me here why he's getting a little bit angry.
45.
Just don't demonstrate it to your opponent, is what I would say. Keep that frustration within.
I think if he's going to get away with
41.
showing frustration this week, doing it against Hilton is probably the person you can get away with it. It's not about standard. It's that maybe other players are more psychologically savvy in game than maybe a greenhorn like Hilton.
180.
But look at that. He's not shy of maximums all of a sudden.
43.
It was a nod of the head as well for Conan Whitehead behind him because they were on a pinhead. I thought that was going to motivate Whitehead.
$57.
Conan's 38 now. Feels like he's been around forever. I mean that in a good way, by the way. I'm not saying he's old. He's actually
28.
approaching
Hilton O'Carr,
what could be considered the
134.
peak of his career.
Yeah, people often, that's one of the main questions when you do sort of masterclasses, exhibitions. Excellent
94.
set of play from Klein. Looking good to reduce the deficit, but I felt I was at my best, Paul, when I was mid-40s.
Yeah, quite a few people could
45.
say that. Peter
Hilton
Wright,
O'Carr, 40.
potentially. Gary Anderson, definitely. But even he, at the age of 50 plus, is setting personal
Each on the
bests.
third leg, Hilton
So maybe that's
O'Carr.
something that Hilton Klein can grasp to.
Fourth leg, Conan throw first. Game on.
Harder to get rid of than at any point this week.
Hilton climbs.
128.
It's a very popular name throughout the world in different parts of the world, Klein.
140.
It is Afrikaans for small. And there's a direct correlation between Afrikaans and Dutch and German. Because in those languages,
140.
klein means small also. But
Das ist eine kleine Stadt.
Because we used to say about Martin Schindler, didn't we?
41.
Eine kleine Dartspieler.
Yes, you are on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. It is the English version.
100.
Well, he's had a nickname, hasn't he, of Triple H? What was the other nickname you said he had?
The Gladiator.
I'd like to call him.
121.
I've got one for him.
133.
I like to call him Calvin. Double 8. Oh, that
Game
is
shot on the fourth leg,
absolutely
Colin Whitehead.
wonderful. That's what corner Whitehead's all about. And the response,
Fifth leg,
as
Hilton to
Paul
through
alluded
first. Game
to,
on.
he sets himself high standards. He's tapping his head there. Conan, I think you're doing mighty fine.
It's no wonder you guys are
96.
fairly close, because the 3 World Championships that Whitehead was involved in at Lakeside, you won them all. He was there in 2017. Then a year later, he made his way through to the last 16. And his best year, where he made the
54.
quarterfinals in 2019, he had some moments there. He ended up losing to Scott Waits. But I remember earlier in the tournament, he beat Martin Phillips by 3 sets to 2.
That's the game I remember. Paul.
And then he beat Mark McGeaney 4-0. That was impressive to say the least.
And when he beat Matt Modus, again on a pinhead there from Calvin.
If Hilton's going up a notch, he's showing the other players the red rag because they're going up with him.
97.
This is to win the game, and in some style.
That is the route that
60,
players go on, that
Hilton
100 finish now.
74.
But Hilton Klein, if there's going to be an area where he can improve on, when he gets back home, it's this bit now. 41 points left for double 16. Takes his time, checks his footing.
42. Corner car 40.
And that might be that for round 3 for Hilton.
Game shot on
Because
the match,
Conan
Colin
is
Whitehead.
just too good today. Undefeated after 3 rounds of play. And with the 3-leg cushion as well, his leg difference is very impressive. 4 wins against Hilton Klein this week. But I promise you this, he has been tested by the Botswanan player. They leave arm in arm, and we leave that 7th game with a 4-1 scoreline for Whitehead before we have the middle match of the day, Howson against McCarthy.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it's 3 wins out of 3 for Conan Whitehead. In Group A, didn't go as planned for him, but he's laid a foundation for qualification now. Can he see out the rest of the day? And I didn't think I'd be saying this going into game 8, that we've got a basement battle with Richie Howson involved, because he was the 6-4 favourite to win this Group C before a dart was thrown. You can physically see he's not 100% as he retrieves his dart here. Looks like there's an issue there with his leg. You can just see him walking back there. But I've been really impressed with John McCarthy on debut.
First leg, Richie to through first.
And maybe before a dart was thrown, I'd have probably had this down for a comfortable victory for Richie Howson. But it hasn't been his day so far, Paul. Can he turn it around?
Got to start turning it around sooner rather than later. And that's the ideal start, isn't it? Because if you lose 3-4 games in a group situation like this,
137.
you run the risk of not qualifying for Saturday night. And he's got a decent record. 6 Saturdays qualified for from 8 attempts. 75% of the time, he's there. But at the age of 58, I suppose doing this on your feet
59.
on a more regular basis, it does become more challenging. If there are ailments, it's something you just have to press on with. It's all part and parcel of life, never mind sport.
140.
Do you know, he might give us the most detailed answer about his ailments, of an issue he's got. Or he could be wearing brand new shoes. Because I've been on a stage before with new shoes on there. And I've been walking like that, but it's been a brilliant start from Howson in this match. This for an 11 darter. Double top.
36. John McCarr, 143.
The shot is on, and it's 3 different parts of the board. That one has fallen so far south, it never scared the treble.
What a beautiful angle once again with that treble 10.
Richie McCarr, 20.
Put all the pressure on Richie Howson. In normal circumstances, no problems.
Game shot in first
Normal
leg,
service.
Richie Howson.
Recommences. Excellent start to the match from the
Second
pair
leg,
of
John
them.
to through first. Game on.
You know, you mentioned Justin Pipe in the previous game. Well, that got me thinking.
125.
Justin won the very first European Tour event back in 2012 in Austria, beating James Wade in the final. And that twigged a bit of a memory. Because when the European Tour started, players said, well, I'm not sure about this. It's going to be difficult to qualify for. And when you've got to go all the way there, it's like a knockout tournament. It's not like your typical Players' Championship. Now it's definitely part
57.
of the PDC Pro Tour. Richie Howson was in that tournament, and that was the only one he ever played in. The very first one, and that was it. He lost to Colin Osborne by 6 legs to 4. If he'd won that match, he would have been in the second round with the likes of Michael van Gerwen, Dave Chisnell,
59.
James Wade, Kim Huybrecht. And he would have played Raymond van Barneveld in the second round. But he never qualified for another one.
100.
Yeah, it was around about that time as well. He was doing the BDO. So I come across him in Chelsea. Really, really tough customer. But like I said, we talked about in his first game of the day
97.
how his career changed when he got over the age of 50 in the creation of the World Seniors, where he's been an absolute diamond up there. The champion of champions winner, a world finalist, Masters finalist,
100.
the most consistent seniors players out there, alongside the big winners of Robert Thornton, Leonard Gates, and now John Henderson, who seems to be dominating proceedings.
97. Richie
I've just added John McCarthy's name to bogey number bingo. He's got a 163 as well. And it could have been a number he should have avoided.
Game shot of the
However,
second leg.
Richie Howson is
Howson.
starting to flex his muscle in the upper body department.
Third leg, Richie to throw first. Game on.
He has won a ranking event, hasn't he, Richie? Won the Viking Cup. And that means a lot to him. That was held at the O2
100.
in London. And he's playing beautifully in this game.
$42.
Which world's strongest man would say, I am a Viking?
Magnus Fair Magnusson?
Oh, close. 3 names, and you were close.
Is he Icelandic?
55.
John Paul Sigmarsson.
That's the fella. He was a brute.
$140.
You ever been to Iceland, Glenn?
Yeah, I will.
You have to go. It's an unbelievable country.
And the dart mad as well. I met some friends going all the way back to the Jersey Open once, and I always promised myself. Then Matthew Edgar,
60.
one of our co-commentators, went over and went, Glenn, get yourself over there. And they're absolutely dart mad, aren't they, Paul?
They really are. They've got some decent players over there as well. Matthias Ern is a good
30.
player. They've been hit by another volcanic eruption in the last week. Second one of the year. When you go there, it honestly looks like another planet. But it is so incredible.
100.
It's about as incredible as this performance from Howson.
And McCarthy right there as well. I mean, again,
134.
that mindset as McCarthy's be thinking, I knew Richie had turned up and why is it against me? But I'm not seeing the head shaking from McCarthy. I hope his friends and family, and there's plenty of people been watching in the chat room as well, cheering him
60.
on. I
John
hope
O'Connor,
they send him a
155.
message to say he's not getting the results at the moment, but he's producing darts like this. Treble 19 was the desired target for the double 19, but I like what I see.
I think he looks very comfortable in this situation.
127. Richie O'Connor,
He might be decidedly uncomfortable at 3-0 down if Richie can find 419s in bull. The requisite 19s not found.
54. John O'Connor, 28.
Well, I think this deserves to go, and interesting it would be for a breaker throw as well, so it would bring him right back into this match. However, I think you don't need commentary. I think he'd done the commentary himself there.
That's like putting your spoon in the pan
12. Richie O'Connor,
and realising
72.
there's no chowder left. And boy, do they do a good chowder in County Kerry. Double 16.
56. Johnny O'Connor, 16.
What he could do with a Michelin star finish right now to get him back into this match.
Oh,
No score. Richie O'Connor, 16.
Forgot to turn the gas on.
you can't give Howson chances like this.
Getting shot on the third leg, Richie Howson.
There's one way to make a chowder, and that's by first catching the fish.
First.
Isn't that right, Richie? 3 out of 7 will do. He won't care how many attempts he gets, as long as he gets 4 legs.
140.
Yeah, had opportunities there, did John, but 5 missed darts at a double. Richie Howson desperate to get 2 points on the board. Get his campaign going.
41.
He'd have to think of winning 3 games. At the end of the day, if he can leave here on 6 points, he's back in the running there. Almost has to be immaculate from here.
140.
Well, let's put his first 2 rounds into some sort of perspective. Because if you look at Steve Reynolds on Monday, he lost 4-0 and 4-0
81.
at the start of Monday. And at that point, you're thinking, oh no. Then he wins 6 points for the rest of the day. And his leg difference
100.
is healthily in the plus column. That is now the same job that Richie Howson faces. And we know for a fact that he can do that.
100.
Well, all you can do is smack a maximum when you're so far behind. Does it change the strategy for John McCarthy? The fact that Richie Howson was on 199. Right decision, poor execution. Could do with the treble 15. Treble 19 is another option. But that's not too bad, the treble 10. Leaves the 2 darter.
$41. John O'Carr, 55.
Not a great deal of pressure on that shot for Richie, because he fancies that McCarthy will take like 4.
$45.
He was wrong.
Richie O'Carr, 158.
It's now north from 7 in this match for John McCarthy on the doubles. Will he be back?
$98.
I love
John
seeing his
O'Carr,
darts
10.
go in the board. It's like they're planes landing on a runway. But you love to see doubles hit more like that.
It's an analogy I use all the
This way,
time
reaching the throw first.
to people
Game
who
on.
sort of understack the darts as well. And that camera angle we see is that where that the uniqueness of the way his technology of his darts, the way he grips the dart. And like I said,
85.
they're pretty flat for him. You know, at his best, he really understacks the dart. Just have a little look at the flight path.
80.
Same process. That unique, huge, long start. And then you can see where the point of the dart is higher than the tip of that flight.
81.
That was a great last start, skidding its way into the 60. And this is the other way you can do it. Going in upright and just about hanging on.
119.
He almost pushed the legend over there, didn't he?
Get out of my way. I'm taking that dart out of the board whether you like it or not.
Yeah, look at that. So surely you would think it's impossible to hit the treble 20 from there. Hence the
59.
reason. A lot of his practice darts will be that transition from treble 20 to treble 19.
56.
He did everything right there. The route was right. The execution didn't give him what he wanted.
But just a great insight of, I mean, that looks absolutely plumb, doesn't it? But it doesn't always see that on those camera angles. But Richie
100.
Howson, it could be the beginning of the end, this match now.
$85.
He's done well there. Very well to leave a finish. Howson's going to be on a better one. He'd love it to be 36.
140.
Ask and ye
Jonathan
shall
Hutton,
receive.
61.
Well, it did leave the 161. It's going to take something really special there from McCarthy.
88.
Now he's staring down the barrel
Richie O'Carr,
of
36.
3 straight defeats on his debut day. Howson, for his first win, will have to go left. And further left.
18. John
Couldn't
O'Carr,
quite sneak it in.
73.
Should start in the 19s. Because you're effectively giving yourself, even with a big 19, a dar, but no such worry for double 8 to really put the pressure on Richie Howson. Double 4.
65. Richie O'Carr, 18.
Now, what does Howson do here? Because the way his darts sit, double 9 is not perfect. That dart's not perfect. But that one
Eighth
is.
shot of the match, Richie Howson.
And he does get himself off the canvas. He was a wounded owl in the first couple of rounds. But he sews up the wound. And now he will leave the stage with his first win of the week. He was in control of that game pretty much from the start. He doesn't have the better average, but he didn't need to have the better average. But he has won by 4 legs to 1. And now it's down to Lipscomb and Cole, 2 local players going head to head.
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group C favourite Richie Housen is finally up and running. Another good performance from John McCarthy, but he'd be disappointed if he lose his first 3 games. He signs there that he's doing okay. But for Richie Housen, you feel he has to kick on from there, and his target will be to win his next 2 games as well, of course, to get on to 6 points overnight, where he'd be arguably joined by the pair of these, because Adam Lipscomb has started very nicely with 2 wins out of 2 and looking good, posting big averages, finding that treble 20 with real ease and hitting his doubles when he needed to, whereas Jarred Cole has used the term inconsistent, and he started the day very, very nicely, but he's on the back of a defeat to Conan Whitehead, and it was
Looks like Jarred, you're through first. Game on.
It was the manner of defeat, I think, which will have disappointed him as well. He just didn't turn up, Paul.
He didn't. But now he's got the darts in this contest like he had in his first game. I suppose from that perspective, he's got a better chance of winning. But Lipscomb today,
41.
he hasn't lost, and he's looked very useful. Jarred will know a lot about Adam
44.
as well. They're swimming in the same sort of circles in southern Hampshire, which is one of the hotbeds of darts in England.
100.
It's a place, Glenn, where you have won quite a few titles, because I don't know whether you're aware of this, but we had a running joke in the PDC when you
55.
were at your height in the BDO. We said, well, why do people even bother going to Selzy? Because you know that Durrant's going to win.
I think it was over 30 grand.
97.
I won with England Opens, England Classics, and there was a tournament called the England Match Play. I loved it. I was asked a question like your favourite venue, and everyone's expecting you to say the World Match Play, Lakeside.
100.
But when I went to, and I played Conan Whitehead in one of those finals, there was just something about Chelsea. And I think we tried to toss
43.
up exactly what I won, and I think it was around about 30 grand. I told the taxman it was only 10 grand, but hey, keep that between me and you, Paul.
I can just imagine the local council now thinking, oh, that's
95.
good news for us. Welcome to Selzy, Glen Durrant's favourite place.
Yeah, lovely Indian as well. The accommodation, it was yeah, good place to go. Just too far away for me. It's 109, too far away for Jarred Cole. 90 points remaining.
That's an interesting approach.
69.
Somewhat risky.
Adam McCarthy, 95.
I'd like to discuss that in the next leg, as Lipscomb looks at double 19.
And he hits it.
Leg, Adam Lipscomb.
Wow. Adam, as sharp as a Gordon Ramsay kitchen knife.
First. Game on.
So, you know, when you get really good points, Paul, someone says something and it resonates with you when you're on the hockey. And he's got 90 points with 2 darts, and he's going for the smallest target on the board of the bullseye when that treble 18 is wide open there for him. Now,
59.
there's a time and a place to go for the bullseye when your opponent's on 181 or more. But I just think that big, juicy treble 18 was the shot there. And it was someone that reminded me when I was going for 66, bull double 8. And I always then went the treble 10 route based on their advice.
$140.
I was just waiting for Paul Hinks to get the microscope out there. Or the binoculars.
$25.
Well, just one more on that 109, because if you think about getting the single 19 to start, you're actually more
92.
likely to finish that leg by going for tops first, then the bull. But if your opponent is on 95, I'm thoroughly on board with your analogy of the treble 18, then the double. It's about surface area, isn't it? I'll tell you what, since then, Jarred is starting to play properly.
And that was the time maybe to go up to the bullseye when your opponent's round about that mark where you don't expect him to check out. Now he's got another
18.
decision to make here. Not a lot of pressure coming back,
65.
which might make the decision easier. You would think the 25's the shot. Why does that happen? No problem in the
Game's on the
end.
second
A
leg,
lovely
Jarred
finish from
Cole.
Jarred Cole. We're level after 2.
Love a good right angle
Lovely
finish.
challenge through first.
Bull
Game
3
on.
double 6. Perfect 90-degree shot. 1-1.
Yeah, part of players' routines are certainly what it should be, is to play patterns, tops, 10s and 5s, 16s, 8 and 4s. But you'll see a lot
16.
of players as they're preparing, when they go on stage, they've only got 9 darts to go, double 11, bull, double 6. And that just reminded me of that one, bull, bottom of the board, double 6.
Yeah, if you're doing 11
134.
bull 6, that's called a bow tie.
Yeah.
If you're doing bull 3 6, that's called half a T,
85.
because it looks like half a capital T. Some of these ways of practicing are about transitions from one part of the
99.
board to another, and you just never know when you might need them.
$123. JARRED 88.
But a super responsive from Jared Cole. And this for an 11 darter.
Getting shown the
What
third
a leg of
Jericho.
darts.
I said that Adam was as sharp as a
Fourth leg Adam
Ramsey
through
kitchen
first.
knife.
Game
Well,
on.
Jared knows a thing or two about those because he used to be a chef. The incision in leg 3, it was like cutting paper with a freshly sharpened knife. It was that sharp.
91.
He doesn't want to be a chef anymore. He wants to be a dart player. And he still harbours the ambition of being a full-time professional.
140.
Yeah, good on him as well. It's important to have those dreams that you have, but he's got the basis of the work of being involved in darts. Like you said,
100.
he's got the talent. It's 7 years since he first come to the fore when he was winning the events in
100.
the youth game. He's had real highlights as a senior as well, but the best is yet to come.
59.
He too was played at Lakeside. That was in 2022, and he opened the show against Martin Wolfie Adams.
125.
And I tell you what, that will have been some experience to play that legend on that stage.
In front of that crowd.
84.
That Saturday day 1 crowd is unbelievable. It's been an unbelievable day so far for Adam Lipscomb,
60.
but just leaves the door ajar for Cole.
67.
Not quite. This has all the makings
42.
of being the most tightly fought contest of the day. Because it's 2-2.
Yeah, we've had a couple of 4-3s already today, and Adam Lipscomb was involved in one of them. So he won his last tight battle. But you just sense, Paul, that it's more important for Jared Cole. He won't want to lose 2 out of his
77.
first 3 games today. Whereas Adam Lipscomb can join Conan Whitehead on 3 games out of 3. And guess what their next game is?
100.
No, it isn't. My poor attempt at a joke there, but never mind.
You mentioned Selzy a little bit earlier on.
97.
How about the fact that Jared Cole has won in Selzy this year, beating Jeff Smith in a ranking final?
100.
Beat Leung Kai Fan in the semi-finals, and then Jeff Smith by 5-3 to win the England Classic. So just down the coast,
44.
he has also been successful there. And that will have meant a lot to him back in September, because that was his first ranking
100.
tournament win at this level.
Yeah, my first experience of the England Classic, we played it in a tent. That's no joke either. Wow, beautiful. Outstanding. From the first start.
180.
From the first start.
Throw looks good. He looks fairly relaxed on the stage.
60. Jared
The ingredients are brilliant.
Yeah, I think he does look really comfortable, actually. Double 18.
67. Adam Yukar 141.
That was a fair bit away. Does he come back? Now he does.
94.
But I'm sure he was holding his breath
36.
as Adam was going for treble 19 there.
To go 1 away. A transition to double nine. Oh,
No score.
ouch.
Adam Car 47.
Second time that's happened today on the stage.
Seven.
And he can't
Jared
pick
Car
Cole's
36.
pocket.
Yeah, fine margins in this game. Nothing to separate the pair of them. Missed opportunities in this leg.
Getting shot on the fifth leg, Jared Cole.
Second time looking for Cole. First real response from him there when that
Sixth leg,
double
Adam
18
through
went in.
first. Game on.
Make that 2 responses. The camera's over here. Corner White will tell you where it is.
60.
Just a curious one on Cole's career one more time, because we mentioned the England Classic win.
58.
Back in 2017, he won the youth tournament. I wonder how many people have done that in certain tournaments, winning the World Youth
100.
and the World Championship. Well, Luke Humphries has done that. Or winning something like the England Classic Youth and the main event.
No, I promise you I'm not looking at it, but what I remember is
134.
winning Finder Masters that year, the England Classic, and the Europe Cup as well, where I think he beat the
82.
was it correct my pronunciation, Justin van der Houw? Justin van...
Oh, Van der Gouw, yeah.
So he was dominating it, and Jared beat him comfortably.
Don't hear
59.
anything from Justin anymore, which is a real shame. He was super talented. 2-time World Youth Champion at Lakeside. Back to back
59.
against Gervin and Heffernan. That is the ideal first start. He can attack it, but he can't max it.
135.
Lipscomb has played okay in this game, but as he's
41.
taken his foot off the pedal a little bit, Jared has found a little bit more.
And look what he's left, 159, which means Cole can sprint his way to victory.
97.
Just leave that double 9 again, so he won't want to creep into the double 14 this time. And it's hope over expectation as Lipscomb. All he can do is set it up.
102.
Jared Cole, this is your
Jared
chance for your
Car
second
18.
win of the day.
Didn't even think about splitting it. That is a
Game
very
show in the match,
impressive
Jared
win.
Cole.
Lipscomb today has looked very sharp, but he's just lost for the first time. And now the king of the castle has found the keys to the door once again to victory. He was the better player, he had the higher average, and he had the most chances as well. So he brings round 3 to a close with a 4-2 victory. Welcome back to Portsmouth, and 3 rounds down are completed in our Group C campaign. That's what we've seen so far. Predominantly people winning with the darts, as you can see. Highlighted in gold are the likes of Cole twice. You see Hilton Klein getting his historic win against Richie Howson in game number 4. And before we see Richie Howson take on Conan Whitehead at the start of round number 4, let's look at the table and see how things are at the moment. McCarthy at the foot of the table, the ADC qualifier from Ireland, because he hasn't won yet. But Whitehead hasn't lost yet. And he could embellish his position at the top if he takes on Richie Howson now and wins again. He's looked very comfortable with the challenge at hand so far. But maybe things will have to be embellished a little bit form-wise if he's to take out Richie Howson now, who has now got his first win just a matter of 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, I like what you said there so far, because Richie Howson and a blockbuster game with Adam Lipscomb to come. You feel for Conan Whitehead, pretty straightforward, 3 wins out of 3 so far. His day starts really now, because if you can win the 4 out of 5, very nice. 5 out of 5, you're dipping your toe in for qualification. So I'd like to see just a little bit more.
Through first. Game on.
I'd like to see Conan be a bit more responsive to just show me that this match means an awful lot to him. That's what I'd like to see. I expect to see treble 20s by the bucket load.
121.
But I'd like to see just that little bit of fight from him now. Show me that you want this.
$60.
I think there are plenty of people who would like to see Conan playing on Saturday night. There's a certain je ne sais quoi about
60.
having a series champion here on a Saturday night, revisiting the place of arguably their biggest starting achievement, and there's no arguably about it. Whitehead's biggest achievement was winning Series 1. Scott Taylor's
45.
Series 6 win was his biggest achievement. Fair to say that Little has gone on to
41.
do some other stuff. But we could speculate that would he have done as well as he did at the end of last year if he hadn't been so good here? It's just up for debate.
140.
You can agree or disagree.
Yeah, it's a wonderful pathway is what the people are telling me now. And the excitement when people are qualifying for via the ADCs, via getting
99.
whatever, you know, the invites, whatever. That's the stage amateur players want to play on right now. And we go into that part of the year when people have got the considerations. And I think the biggest credit I can give what's happening with the amateur game right now is people are not everybody's considering Q school. There is a different option out there now for players to remain amateur and make a success out of it. And the biggest prize in amateur
25.
sport, the 25 grand here.
116.
Who knows what that brings for people?
A little bit of freedom and a bit of pressure taken out of life. And the
James
pressure's
on the
been
first leg,
relieved
Richie Howson.
on the Owl. And when he
Second leg,
plays
Richie
here on a
through
Saturday
first.
night, I
Game on.
have a bit of a battle cry for the people who come here for Richie, because they need to start sounding like the Owl. You know when Martin Adams graces a
100.
stage, everybody howls. Well, what about the Owl? Just ask who. And keep it going.
100.
I'm sure his favourite band is The Who.
You're getting the same noises in your ear from the production. Feels like I'm with a...
100.
I don't think herd's the right word, but a herd of owls.
Well, you know that Richie's favourite double will either be 88 or 10, right?
94.
Because that would be 2 8s or 2 0.
I thought Henry Deacon wasn't working today, but there we go.
I think I've waited years to say that one.
100.
Doesn't take long to get a 180 in this match. Brilliant from Howson. He really is putting his foot in the ground here.
100. Richard Carr 121.
Yeah, it's a spectacular start. Posting a stratospheric average at the moment. Treble 17 would be the shot. Doesn't need to go up the bull with his opponent on 207. But when you're playing
96.
like he is right now, remember, Richie House in the first 2 games of the day lost both of them. He's found some momentum now. And the fact he's going for the bullseye there.
Richard Carr 25.
You just sense that confidence is coming out of him right now.
2-8.
To who?
Being shot on the second leg.
And it's
Richie
2-0.
Housen.
It's almost like we knew it was going to happen.
Third leg corner to throw first. Game on.
The stars have aligned for a 2-0 victory, but that will be something that Conan hates. And when he dislikes something, he likes to put it right.
Yeah, we did say at the beginning of the show that we felt that it was a
100.
battle for 2 places out of 4 people. I also sensed that this game would go 2-0. But to who? Oh my God, what's happening to me?
It's catching.
It's catching.
60.
I think every dart player who has a brand should have a T-shirt. If you look at the back of Richie's shirt, he has got an owl on it. It's actually
60.
poking its little head out of the O in owl. I've always
57.
tried to figure out what kind of an owl it is. Because a lot of people do believe that owls are their favourite animals. They're nocturnal, they're hunters, they look cuddly, but they're vicious.
99.
And that's a bit like Richie. He's cuddly, but on a dartboard, he can be vicious.
95.
There it is. I've got no knowledge of owls, but if he played Raymond Barnevelt, would it be Barney Owl?
Yeah, the barn owl is a beautiful owl.
60. Conor Carr 61.
Well, he is playing in a tourney, which is a term for a tournament. Oh,
136.
he is just so gung-ho, isn't he? He was always going to go for that bullseye.
Yeah, I think he's searching for something right now. I guess for Richie Housen, it's not how you start the day, it's how you finish. And if you can get
60.
over the line
Conor
against
Carr,
Conan
25.
Whitehead, which he's a favourite with the 2-0 lead right now. We talked about how proficient the finishing's been for Conan Whitehead today. That's going to be tested here.
21. Richard Carr 122.
That's his second dart at a double, which means he's 12 from 21 for the day. Better than 50%. However, he might be 3-0 down in this game.
97. Conor Carr 4.
I'll tell you what, Paul, I fancied that. I thought it was just going to be one of those games for Conan Whitehead. Can he get through? You can only see that bottom left,
shot
yet
on
he
the third
still
leg,
goes
Conan
across the
Whitehead.
2 darts. That's what happens when you've played 3 and won 3. Them
Fourth
sort
leg
of things
reaching
go
through
your
first.
way
Game on.
when you're searching for a win. They're blockers.
That was like hitting the top corner from the corner of the 18-yard box with your wrong foot.
100.
He only celebrated by slapping himself in the head. He's just trying to get him wake up, he's sort of saying to himself. And he's right back in this game now.
114.
Finding that treble 20 bed. Good moments all of a sudden for Conan Whitehead.
I like what you were saying about the amateur game as well, Glenn, because you think about
100.
the stories that we've had here the last 2 years. And it's not just the Super Series titles now, it's the ADC Championship Tour victory for Andy Bolton.
180.
That's a great title for him, and a brilliant title for Gemma Hayter in the last fortnight as well.
Yeah, good show.
And the Global Championship is coming in a matter of a week and a bit.
140.
Imagine being the first person to lift that title. And if I may, when Whitehead won the first series, we didn't know what was going to happen next.
100.
But look at how important this is now.
161.
All secondary, though, to the influencer event on Sunday.
We'll get onto that one.
65.
I can't believe I said
81.
yes. But for 2-2, it's bullseye.
56. Richie O'Connor, 96.
Small margins between glee and despair. Double 18. It is not
Gage on
despair
the
for
fourth leg,
Howson.
Richie Howson. Fifth leg, Conan to throw first.
I think
Game
those
on.
darts are getting a bit of a telling off right now. I would not want to be dart 1, dart 2, or dart 3.
Yeah, Richie Howson's averaging around about the 100 throughout this game. Has just dipped to 95.
140.
But he could have gone into that players area really down in the dumps after losing his first 2 games of the day. His final day, the final match of the day is against Jared
96.
Cole, so still a lot to do for Richie Howson. But he's putting himself in a decent position now.
140.
I know it's stark consolation for Whitehead if he does lose this game, but he's still going to be top if he loses. But the opportunity to widen the gap at the top, they don't come around very often at all.
100.
Yeah, you could have the scenario where these two players finish the day on 6 points, and let me tell you, one would be devastated and one would be delighted.
78.
That's the psychology of round-robin play. He's not going to leave a finish.
140.
Okay, that's another 165. If you're playing bogey number bingo, you're having an absolute belter of a day.
57.
Howson and the bar.
That is now 4 players that have left bogey numbers above 159
Conan O'Connor, 86.
today. It happens too often.
Well, we're barely seeing the bull hit today. And I tried to
45.
talk that one in there
Richie
for
O'Connor,
Corner Whitehead.
108.
But it's an opportunity for Richie Howson. And that's all you need at this stage of the contest. He's going to get a match start. 51 points left. He's going to get a match start. Then misses the big number. He'll be kicking himself right now.
76. Conan O'Connor, 41.
Especially when that treble was in the right side of it as well. It wasn't even blocked, that single 19.
Game
He
shot of
pays
fifth
the
leg,
ultimate
Conan
penalty.
Whitehead.
The finishing of
Six
Whitehead
leg, Richie to throw
comes back
first.
to bite
Game on.
Howson on the tail.
And we've got plenty of people watching. You put yourself in the mind of Richie Howson now. The greats can forget that missed dart of a number.
43.
For the majority of us, it's lingering on the mind, and that's a worrying start for Richie Howson. And usually meat and drink for Conan Whitehead to mop up,
60.
but that's not enough. A reprieve for Howson.
I don't know why, when you said meat and drink for Whitehead, I immediately thought of him in full barbarian regalia with his hand
140.
on a massive pork shank and a gallon of mead.
140.
He wouldn't be out of place in an episode of Game of Thrones.
Does he move that first dart? It seems to be wobbling about, but he knows his game better than anybody. Around about 83 points ahead, which meant that Whitehead needed a couple of trebles.
64.
It just keeps him involved, but it's advantage Howson. His to lose from here.
With the obvious discomfort that Howson has when he's moving, doesn't look like he's got
100.
discomfort when he's static. Is it better for him to get this done quicker? I know that sounds a bit obvious
55.
because you want to win by as
Richie
big a margin as possible, but for his
118.
next game and possibly for tomorrow, getting rid of this quicker might be better for him.
Well, he may have an opportunity, but he needs the treble, gets the treble. Double 19,
80.
but he will be back.
This has actually got a lot of sense attached to it. 150 would have left 32.
94. Richie O'Carr, 38.
Decision to be made. Does he split for double 16? He started the day with 2 defeats. But that moves him to 4 points. 2 wins on the spin for Richie Howson. It was always going to be a big game between the pair of them. Conan Whitehead entered that stage with 3 wins out of 3. It was a big opportunity there against Richie Howson. But just looking at the numbers there, Richie Howson dominated that game from the highest average to the biggest checkout. Howson is now on a roll as we move on to another big game. This time it's for Hilton Klein against Adam Lipscomb.
That's right. It's almost Mushroom Week. Champignons are coming. So, you've got license to get excited over the next few days because things just don't stop here in Portsmouth. Group C action for the rest of the afternoon. Group B will start tonight from 10 o'clock. Same tomorrow. Double dose of darts again. You've got the Week 12 finals on Saturday night. Then the influencer event on Sunday, which Glenn Durrant will be playing in. Sorry about that interference on the microphone there. But then Monday, Champions Week. And we have got so many incredible talents coming back. First-time winners. Second or third-time winners. We've got people going to the World Championship via Champions Week. So much happening because, let's face it, it's nearly December and it's almost Dartmas.
Do you think coming through week 12 is a help or a hindrance? Because it is difficult to play, especially if you've played in Group A in week 12, to win the week and then go into Champions Week.
Depends on the person.
60.
If you think about Chris Mason in Series 1, he won week 12 via the longest possible route that anybody has ever done it. Because he went through Group A, he went through Group C, he went through his group on a Saturday night, a 9-dart shootout, and a semi-final and final. Technically, he's the only person to have played and won 30 games in a Super Series week. And judging by what Chris said, he was ready for the knackers yard on the Monday. But Scott Taylor, Series 6, he won
85.
the series after doing week 12 and Champions Week, and he did it through 5 days of qualifying both times.
Yeah, there's a name. Last time I was here, it's Hilton Klein. He's enjoying his 180s today, isn't he?
16.
It's tops for a 1-0 lead. Fast and furious
96,
leg.
Hilton, your car, 61.
And that 180 from Hilton Klein has left this 61. Which route is he deciding to go? It was the treble 7 route, but 45 points left. It's also tops.
41. Adam, your car, 20.
This is going to be fast and furious. And not too bad at all. Good start for Adam, who, like a couple of other players, is protecting a perfect record against Hilton this week. Wins of 4-3 twice and 4-1 on Monday. But he, like Whitehead yesterday, had to survive a match opportunity for Klein, which he was somewhat declined.
140.
Yeah, we just talked about Scott Taylor, and last time I was here, Paul, I mean, he openly admitted he hadn't put any practice in whatsoever, and I thought he was terrific, and I mean terrific, in winning a very, very difficult week. I wonder if he's put any practice in between, and he's just become a dad again this year. But has he put that practice? Because it's roundabout now, people are preparing for Lakeside. People are preparing for the Modus Super Series Champions Week. They're getting ready for PDC World, and preparation is key.
There are even players who are doing
85.
both Champions Week and a World Championship, but for Scott Taylor in particular, next week, that is it. He's looking to bookend the year with series victories
80.
in 6
and
9.
Yes, announced a big sponsorship this week, so bags of talent. Just as this man in your pictures demonstrated today.
124.
I've enjoyed this session of darts. Klein would enjoy this 1-2-4, but he needs the treble 18, gets it for the bullseye.
94. Adam McCall, 40.
Line was perfect. Weight of dart was perfect right there. Lipscomb is very, very competitive in this group.
Game on.
He was on the back foot on Monday morning, and he was not able to get into the top 3 of Group A at any point.
100.
But now, with the ideal 4-0 victory in this contest, he would equalise Whitehead at the top
45.
with 6 points and the same leg difference.
60.
Yes, that incredible 115 average for Lipscomb was against Hilton Klein.
42.
It's another question that people ask. Do you think about head-to-heads? And just going back to that last game, I didn't think Conan Whitehead
100.
was suited by the pace of Richie Howson. I never apologised for being a methodical player. I always thought that it's your challenge to overcome that. But I'm just wondering,
100.
and once again, Lipscomb just seems to be enjoying playing Klein. And Around about the 97 average going into these 3 darts.
45.
That won't help.
He's still got a nice 2 treble buffer here. Well, he did have.
121.
Well, he wants to get a 180 here.
125.
That second dart made it so much more difficult.
Good to see. He's been a real credit today.
177 out of a car 71.
Again, if he's watching this back, Hilton, you've impressed me. But it's tops for Lipscomb for a 3-0 lead.
51. Hilton car 16.
Easy to say that Hilton deserves this chance.
Getting shot on the
But
third
he
leg,
has just
Hilton climb.
taken that huge maximum style
Fourth leg,
visit of
Hilton to third first.
177
Game on.
and the double 8 in perfect style. That's probably the best 4-dart combination number he's taken all week long. Really
67.
impressive.
It's what was missing in Group A, but I was just thinking, I'm wondering what he's thinking of Portsmouth. I'm wondering what he's thinking of the cold weather. And here's a question for you.
100.
Which hotel do you think Klein's staying at?
$59.
Is he going to get honours points if he does stay there? Next stop,
100.
Paris. The weather in Portsmouth is a good 30 degrees less
59.
than it is in Botswana right now. And that's Celsius. Quite the change.
80.
But then again, they only have 2 seasons in Botswana. They have summer and winter. That's it.
Hot and hotter.
100.
I think if you're a dart player, Botswana is
45.
not really on your radar. You're never going to go there. But then again, based on what happens with the ADG, the African Darts Group, there may come a
41.
time where Botswana is on the radar of top dart players. I'd like to think it would be in the future.
Yeah, when I played for England, my first ever
140.
game was against someone. Was it St Nevis? St Kitts and St Nevis?
St. Kitts and Nevis, yeah. They too, like Botswana, have a very famous sprinter.
121 out of a car 36.
Double 18 for Lipscomb.
Getting shown
He
the fourth
stretches
leg,
his
Adam
lead.
Lipscomb.
Kim Collins, very famous sprinter
Fifth
from
leg, Adam
St.
to
Kitts and
through
Nevis.
first.
I couldn't get Frankie Fredericks out of my head.
He's Namibia.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was always trying to chase down a certain Michael Johnson.
I think he ran about 19.6
100.
himself at the Olympics, didn't he?
Yeah, you remember when John Regis ran 19.88 and it wasn't good enough for gold?
100.
And now he's running like Cyril Regis. There's one for the ages.
He was a great footballer, wasn't he, Cyril Regis? Played for Coventry City, West Bromwich Albion.
45.
Sensational striker. I
60.
can imagine darts being the kind of sport in Botswana that people would embrace because if you go inside, you can get a break from the heat.
125.
But to control the temperature where you can be comfortable and play darts like this, that will be more of a challenge in Botswana than maybe
96.
Portsmouth.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very proud of representing his country. Hopefully there's people following his progress this week and
43.
the trials and tribulations, that celebration win that he had today.
I think there's a great deal of pressure on the selection committee here at the Modus Super Series because
80.
the amount of clamour for Peter Waishuri of Kenya
Yeah.
is unbelievable.
I was watching that game and there was a huge game on
85.
somewhere, wasn't it? Like the Grand Prix final or something? I was watching that. It was incredible.
Well, Hilton has just added 165 to his bogey number list for the
45.
second time
Undercar
today.
103.
And for the first time, this for the match. 84 points left, so treble 20 or treble 16 of the options.
$53. Hilton the car, 120.
Well, if Hilton Klein hits 3 double tops here, I'll wear a Sunderland shirt. Few. Tops. Just the once.
80.
Access denied.
Adam the car, 50.
Yeah, it's been a really solid performance once again from Lipscomb. He's looked good today.
Shot in the match, Adam Lipscomb.
And that finishing has been the real catalyst for that as well. He's posted a monster average this week. He's just sort of pointing to his eyes there, but I would reply with, I like what I see so far. Adam, he's putting himself in a really good position. But a huge well done once again to Hilton Klein there. He's demonstrating his qualities. Another 86 average this time for Hilton Klein. But it's Adam Lipscomb who takes the 2 points as we move on to the next game. It's John McCarthy still looking for his first 2 points against Jarred Cole.
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and we've got 4 more games for your darting entertainment to come this afternoon. 2 of them are going to feature this man. John McCarthy, pointless so far, but could still walk away with 4 points if he beats Cole and Klein by the end of the day. So he's got a double dip in the American designer clothing department, taking out Cole, a la Kenneth Cole, and Klein, a la Calvin. So, get your wallet out, McCarthy. Spend some dosh and get yourself some points.
Yeah, I really expect a big performance here from Jarred Cole. He had that really disappointing match early doors, which I guess in years gone by might have affected him.
Game on.
But he has bounced back nicely with that win over Adam Lipscomb. It was a match we felt could go either way. But he goes into this match, Jarred Cole, against John McCarthy. I'd be really careful if I was Jarred Cole in this one, because
60.
I've saw lots of positives from John. I think he's exceeded my expectations when I've sort of looked at his statistics, how he's been playing recently.
180.
Whereas Jarred Cole's one of those momentum players. You can expect many, many of those 180s. Just maybe what's between the ears for Jarred Cole.
57.
Big performance coming at that, I'm sure.
Yeah, 4th maximum of the day for Jarred. There's a lot more in the locker. But the one thing that he'll be
96.
buoyed by is that he did get a couple when he beat Lipscomb by 4 legs to 2, and that was a very composed performance when he was under
43.
pressure.
Yeah, his massive game is his final one, the penultimate one of the day against now in form Richie Howson. He's on the back of 2 wins.
88.
So still plenty to do for Jarred Cole. It would be dangerous to overlook John McCarthy. But it's been just the ideal start so far.
45. Jared Dukar, 137.
Looking for the 60.
97.
Perfectly pitched.
Yeah, plum, wasn't it? 12 darts to leave tops. Against the throat. Perfect start for Cole.
96. Jared Dukar, 40.
Can he see out the job?
$20.
Not this time. The last thing you want to do in a first leg of any contest is have multiple missed starts at double. You want to get rid of it to establish early game confidence.
42. Jared Dukar, 20.
Well, no real pressure coming back from John McCarthy.
Game shown in the first leg.
Ideal
Jared
start for
Cole.
Jarred Cole. And just for John McCarthy, we've sort of had a bit of a
Second leg,
difference of
Jared,
opinion in
first.
a sense of his last game. But for the first time there, Paul, I saw a little bit of fatigue. And
Game
when,
on.
when you're on debut here, what time do you get to the venue? It's really important that you'll see a lot of the players have their energy bars and just even getting a bit of breath of fresh air through.
45.
On debut, you're sometimes learning an awful lot. But they look like quite tired darts of McCarthy at the moment.
98.
This is a discipline. And this is something that someone like Cole, someone like Howson, and in particular, someone like Whitehead,
59.
they've done it many, many times. They know exactly how they're going to feel come round 4. They're going to know how they feel when the whole thing's finished. And more importantly than that, they will know how
79.
to recover and then go again.
Yeah, it's really important. I tell you what, McCarthy's transition from treble 20 to treble 19, I can't really remember him missing a
140.
treble 19. But they've been tired darts in the treble. Can he find it? That's much, much better. There's the jump back.
97.
Yeah, doing the right thing there. Trying to keep the finish at the end with a 7, a 4, a 0 or a 1. That's what you've got to
97.
do. And Jarred's done the same good job. And he does have history on this finish,
55. Jared
but he
Dukar,
doesn't have to hit it.
160.
Wasn't it treble 20 bull? Not this time.
100.
Leaves a 2-darter.
What is it this year, Glenn? If you hit it once, okay, it was great. But if you hit it twice, you can actually name it after the player.
41. Jared Dukar, 60.
Now, if Luke Littler was here, he'd go 2 double 15s on this. But it's a regulation 20 in tops. And a
Game shown in
2-0
the
lead.
second leg, Jared Cole. Third leg shown in the first.
I
Game
think you're
on.
right, Glenn. I think McCarthy is showing the signs of tiredness that only come from playing Super Series darts.
Yeah, he looks a fit lad. It's not all about that. It's the mental toughness as well. I mean, he wouldn't have slept great last night. He'll be that excited to be here. It's a big moment in his career. A lad that's come through his university darts where he's got his passion.
99.
He's moved on to local league with his university, onto county to then captain his county. He's beat Scott Williams, the professional semi-finalist of the World Championships, just a few weeks ago. And then you think all your dreams get shattered when you've played 3, lost 3. Things aren't going very well. But maybe you should take inspiration for the way Hilton Klein sort of dealt with the whole situation. No shrugging of the shoulders, no complaints, no moans. And really dig deep and find something.
I've got a question for you, Glenn. I've never asked you this, and I think this may be quite insightful for
56.
people watching. How did you sleep when you were playing professional darts?
Yeah, I was okay. I was all right, but I do have a story of you go for a Sunday
57.
lunch before the Lakeside final, and I just looked at this amount of food and just felt physically sick. You know, and all the tension and anxiety, and I'm only 3 or 4 hours away from playing in the Lakeside final. But
82.
But sleep-wise was okay. Sometimes, if you were maybe last on in the PDC, certainly a Euro tour where you're getting back about midnight after travelling, there's a lot of adrenaline.
134.
I would read a book, Paul, was one of my secrets.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Good way of switching the mind off. Certain players,
45.
somewhat legendary sleepers. Gary Anderson could sleep on a salt flat for about 15 hours straight and still be firing the next day. Mark Webster's the same as well.
41.
Honestly, 3 seconds.
John Nicol,
out.
126.
I can't do it. Ken McCarthy, all on the 19s. Yeah, you can see the frustration because not only is that a bad dart, he's almost covered the whole treble. I was about to say there, the weights line as well. Expect a bounce out of here.
58. John Nicol, 120.
Well, this is ideal for Jarred if he can find this. He's not going to.
30. John Nicol,
Not
68.
ideal at all in that moment.
Just steadying himself. Treble 20 will be the shot. So you guarantee an 8 or a 16. For his favourite double 16, often stands back.
Game shown
Absolutely perfectly placed. He goes through the same processes. A bit seasoned. The only bit I don't like is the fact that you see him shaking his head there. I have a big thing about the subconscious me, and all you're doing is putting negative vibes in your body.
140.
Give yourself a little fist pump. Show your opponent you're feeling good about yourself.
6 from 20 on the double so far today. Just a shade
96.
under that 1 in every 3 that you simply have to have here.
He's still not missed that treble 19 with a first dart from the treble 20 to the treble 19.
100.
So he's a good switcher.
Watch this. Straight in treble 19. Watch. Told you.
37.
Why did they do that to us, Paul?
Dart players are fickle animals.
180.
Well, there's a full boat. And we will have a full house come Saturday night. I am positive about that because Jimmy Van Skie's in town.
56.
And if Jared Cole was to qualify, he'd bring some people as well. He lives just down the motorway in Western Hampshire. Love it.
49.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling when you know your opponent's struggling. Jared will look around the fact that he's on 3-1-2. Told you, never misses that treble 19.
80. John Nicol, 32.
Great leg of darts from Jared.
Just doing what he has to do. And you talk about dart players being fickle, etc. Jared Cole is just telling me that right now, you know, barring that look into the camera there, that not only do they want to win, but they want to put 100 average on. And I would say to Jared, you know, do that Saturday night, lad.
140.
Absolutely right. Just get to Saturday and save your best for then, if that's something you can do. Jared's personal best
93.
average here is 106.8. He's got jointly the most 170 checkouts of anybody who's ever graced this stage. He's got 4 of them.
43.
The other one is Scott Taylor. No surprise there. He's played a lot more darts here than most.
58.
Jarred is on a darting albatross. 3-5-0 in 6. Only been done here twice.
135.
Jake McMillan and Jim McEwen. So apparently nobody hits that shot unless you got a muck to start your
99.
name. So there's a little bit of a challenge for you, Mr. McCarthy.
$75.
He's fighting. He's scrapping. He's not at his best here. But if he can just see out this leg, he's only 1 behind. Can he then break the throw of Jarred
John
Cole?
O'Carr, 108.
So this match is far from over right now, as Jarred Cole's hit the skids a little bit in this leg.
Well, that's quite unfortunate. A lot of the time when you hit that first
60.
barrel, it'll caress its way into the 60, but right there it didn't. You might want to get this finished,
123. John O'Carr,
because Cole
48.
is poised to finish him off. You said it, Glenn. Double 16 is his friend.
But
Not this time.
when he needed
32.
it most.
Jarred O'Carr,
And
69.
is that his last 3 darts he's thrown in this match? You can see him really disappointed with his performance. And Cole, it was all about the 2 points. And 2 points he gets. Very solid,
Game shot in the
very
match,
professional.
Jarred Cole.
And Jarred Cole did what he needed to do there. Unfortunately for McCarthy, he does have one final game, a match I probably identified that he's got his best chance. But Jarred Cole is putting himself in a really terrific position. Jarred Cole's got a really big game coming up. That'll be the penultimate game against Richie Howson. Round about the 90 average throughout that one, but it was all about the 2 points. Cole takes them as we move on to game 5 for all of the players. The big games keep on coming because it's Adam Lipscomb against Conan Whitehead next.
Thanks for staying with us. I hope you're enjoying this afternoon, because I know we are. What a great session this has been. Conan at the top by 1 leg over Adam Lipscomb. And then another leg back, Jarred Cole. And Richie Howson very much not out of it. So, Hilton Klein getting his first win today has got him off the bottom. John McCarthy will stay there if he doesn't beat Klein in the last game. But it's Lipscomb against Whitehead for the 4th time this week. And like we've just said, there's only 1 leg between them. Whoever wins could be top overnight, because Jarred Cole, I'm sure, Glenn, will have something to say about that.
Yeah, and Jarred Cole no doubt will have seen that picture of the table there. Look, there is an in-play table in the players' area. I'm sure the pair of them will know that this is a top-of-the-table clash, and if it can go overnight with 8 points...
First leg, Adam to through first. Game on.
There was a moment in play today where we were thinking Conan Whitehead could run through the card, but he had a disappointing last game, and he will not want to go back to his accommodation, losing his final 2 games. So he has to find all the determination, because Adam Lipscomb at times today has looked brilliant.
140.
This has got all the makings of a heavyweight contest, and it has been very close between these two over the last
85.
couple of days. 4-3, both times to Lipscomb, all coming after a 4-1 victory for Conan on Monday, which seems a long time ago now.
92.
Adam's in the mood again.
140.
2 treble visits. Plenty of them.
The last 2 times I've been here, the person who's threw the first dart on Monday morning
95.
is throwing the last dart on Saturday night. And if that trend continues...
Oh, Conan was in the first game
60.
on Monday.
$96.
He would love to get another weekly title, though.
Yeah, I like him. Baby boy at the moment. I think he's been really solid today.
36.
You'd be
Corner
disappointed with that.
78.
They're the types of finish, the types of opportunities. Conan should get a dart to tops. Does get a dart to tops. Doesn't need to move. How many times has he done that today? How many times when he's had a combination finish with
Second
1
leg,
dart
Conan
to
to
tops,
first, game
has he
on.
pinged it? One man misses. The other man gets. We ever heard that before?
140.
14 from 27 on the doubles
59.
prior to this. So he's now 15 for 28. He's more than 50% on the doubles today. That is, without a shadow of a doubt,
180.
a world-class daily performance. And he's not even finished yet.
Yeah, a real bounce in his step, may I add as well. I've sort of criticised him a little
90.
bit today about just being a little bit lethargic, a little bit shaking his head. He means business, he does, Conan Whitehead.
95.
Oh, he switched on. And Adam is going to know it.
27.
But because they're so
Corner
close
86.
together, it's not just about this game. It's also about their first game tomorrow. Double 16. That is an 11 darter.
Corner Whitehead.
And that is thunderous.
Third leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
And where have we seen that number before? From his opponent in a completed match this week.
76.
Yeah, can it continue? I guess the 2 points are the most vital thing, but if you can really tell yourself that the game is there, it's what I've sensed from Conan. I'm wanting him to
140.
express himself a little bit more. And like I said, we both picked up in comms just that extra bounce in his step in this game. And there's nothing that Lipscomb can do at this
58.
moment. Already effectively stolen the throw in this leg as well, Whitehead. Just finding the treble real easy, isn't he? Fill it up, lad.
140.
But if you think that Whitehead can't do this over the course of best of 7, I'm going to take you even further. Because
60.
his personal best average anywhere is 115.30. And he did that over 8 legs with Jose de Sousa back in 2019. He can do it all right.
Well, I'm beginning to look at the highest average of 122.69 from Darrell Pilgrim. I was there that day. It was
85. Conor
staggering.
84.
And if this 84 can go, Whitehead would have been on for record-breaking averages here. This has to go, though.
68.
So far, so good, though. As far as winning the game is concerned, he has gone great
140.
guns so
Conor
far.
16.
Doesn't want to be halted. And
Game
won't
shot
be.
like Conor Whitehead.
His average plummets to 112.
Fourth leg corner to throw first. Game on.
Yes, it's just plummeted. But he will not care right now. He's in such a focused zone
26.
that even that 26 will probably not deter him.
Yeah, it has taken 6 points off his average, though. Like I said, 2 points was the
100.
priority. But when you start talking about record-breaking averages, it does get the adrenaline flowing. But right now, they're the worst 6 starts
41.
of this match by a long stretch.
Just a quick one, Glenn. Do you think anybody's ever going to beat that de Sousa 127 from
95.
2020?
Oh, definitely. And like I said, absolutely gutted as now you've mentioned Jose. That is not going to be at the World Championships because he was producing darts from the
94.
gods in 2020 on the floor, on the stage. But let me tell you, I made a statement. I've never in my life seen anyone practice like
94.
as well as Jose de Sousa did. But I do think the way darts is going right now, and answer to your question is, we'll see 130 average at some point.
I think you're right.
43.
And when somebody breaks it, I think it will be shattered because of the way that the legs work out. I think someone's probably more
125.
likely to go 133.
I'm doing a lot of the rounds at the academies at the moment, and let me tell you, there's
100. Adamukar 87.
young players averaging between 90 and 100 with real ease. The game's in a great position. Lipscomb's not in a great position, but that
Game
helps the
from the
cause. He
fourth leg.
reduces the
Adam
deficit to
Lipscomb.
3 legs to 1.
Fifth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it's not a bad game. Equally the worst leg of the match. And when that is a 15-darter, you know you've got a
140.
contest on your hands.
And that's exactly what Conan Whitehead should be thinking right now. I mean, I can't tell you how every player thinks, but when you've had a game, you're 3-0, you're
100.
cruising, you're talking record-breaking averages, then you have a bit of a poor leg. Your opponent checks out comfortably, starts
100.
the leg well. Conan Whitehead's thinking, no, surely not. Sure, I had this game in my pocket.
41.
This game's just got interesting.
Absolutely right. Look at how many beads of sweat there are on the brow of
140.
Lipscomb compared to about a year ago. A year ago, plenty. Now, none.
123. Adamukar 121. $53.
That's okay, but he wanted more than that. This is a chance to pressurise.
134.
Well, it's
Adamukar
good.
68.
But if he'd hit a 60, it would have been a 2-darter. Big match, dart,
48.
missed.
Conan
So,
103.
This could be a match dart. If it's hit, he
Shot
wins.
of the match, Conor
That is a
Whitehead.
brilliant finish from Conan Whitehead. He was under severe pressure from Lipscomb, who could not find tops to keep the match alive. And then Conan gets one chance, and he puts it away. A stunning display, which now confirms that he will lead overnight because his leg difference is superior to everybody by at least 5 legs. Brilliantly done. So now it's the turn of Cole to see where he pitches his tent on points overnight. Two more matches for you in Group C for this afternoon then. Jared Cole has seen Conan Whitehead sail towards the top on points on his own, but Cole can join him on that 8-point total, but he can't overtake him because his leg difference of +5 is not sufficient enough to get into an attacking position in position number 1. But if he can beat Richie Howson, he can create a bit of a gap between himself and his opponent, which could be a crucial thing in the race for the top 2 over the next day and a bit. Final game of the day for these two then. And Howson, who didn't have a great start, has recovered since. If he winds up with the same amount of points as Cole overnight, he's going to be one very happy owl.
First. Game on.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, Paul, actually. I think the winner of this one will go home very, very happy tonight. And I think the loser might, what could have been.
60.
I've been looking forward to this game. This will be their first game tomorrow as well. So, effectively, that head-to-head contest, you're setting yourself to win one, lose one, get the 4 points,
60.
whatever your mentality is this one. But this is a really big game. But just a quick mention there to Conan Whitehead. Just when you needed him to come out with a performance, that 99 average
31.
there, he'll go back. One happy man.
I think the big incentive here for Richie, apart from 2 extra points, is in as little as 4 legs' time,
140.
he can put his slippers on. Or indeed nothing, just to allow whatever his ailment is to have some
84.
space. He always does wear a fine pair of shoes, doesn't he? He's not like the kids these days with their fancy sneakers or the
100.
very fancy trainers with their rim around the back. You know the ones I mean. Richie's a very traditional kind of guy.
Yes, I did
95.
try those trainers with a rim on the back. They weren't for me. I was more that myself. Old school.
$139.
Good start from Richie.
Did you dabble with trainers or were you a shoes man?
I used to have a hybrid shoe which was comfortable, but it was still a shoe. It wasn't a trainer.
64. Reach your car, 62.
I wanted a solid base, but I didn't want to have any spring. It's a fascinating topic. I've spoken to many a person
46.
about it.
Jared your car, 167.
You need to find what works for you, not what works for somebody else. And that doesn't work for Jared.
47.
He feels like he's
Reach
having
your
one
car,
of those
16.
games when he needs to produce his A-plus game
Make
because
sure the
Richie
first
Howson
leg,
is on a
Richie
roll at the
Howson.
moment. But talking about those hybrid shoes, I
Second leg, Richie to throw first.
used to go out with a
Game on.
Dutch girl who used to wear inflatable shoes. She's just died. She's just popped her clogs. People say I'm boring, Paul, as well. I mean, what a one-liner that is.
81.
They'll be cutting that now. They'll be editing it. It'll be going on the socials. Does it is not boring.
I've never said you were boring.
59.
But I've spoken to Kevin Painter about this topic quite a few times, and I asked him towards the end of his career, why don't you wear more comfortable shoes, Kevin? And he said, actually, he feels more comfortable
180.
in a pair of shoes like the ones that Richie has on now, because when he throws, there's a little bit of slip in his foot. It gives him that little bit of give that he needs on the carpet of the Ockies.
135.
Because if he was wearing a trainer-style shoe, his knee would twinge. And it made so much sense.
Mine was a really simple answer. I just felt smart.
45.
I just felt smart with my shoes on, black trousers, and it was just different. And you're right. I've seen one player where a famous brand trainer last week, it just didn't sit right with me.
97.
When you played for England, did you wear red trousers?
I was a couple of years later. I would love to have. And the only reason why they were so expensive, those red trousers. I think like in the hundreds of pounds.
137.
So I think they had to stop because they just basically couldn't afford them.
They were hundreds of pounds.
100. Richie O'Connor, 58.
For a 2-0 lead. He started the day so slowly, remember, but he's finishing
the sing like Richie Housen.
like an absolute train at the moment. And Jarred Cole
So
is
like
going
Jarred
through
to serve
those
first.
games
Game on.
where he's either masterful and brilliant or just flattering to deceive. And right now he has to find something. We've
99.
talked about his maturity. We've talked about that crossroads that he's at right now. If he can come back from 2-0 against Richie Housen, that would do Jarred Cole a world of good.
Yeah, I think he's a really good front runner.
100.
But everybody needs to be able to win from behind. And you've got to tighten that range as well. When he started with almost a 92 average in his first game, we thought today's going to be a good day. But there have been fluctuations.
58.
You've got to be adaptable. I have a list of sort of traits that you need to be if you want to be an elite player. One of the attributes that you need is 1, win ugly. The 2, that never say die attitude. And you sense right now that I'm 2-0 down and you need to find that spirit, that you need to find something right now.
96.
You need to find something that you can say to yourself, no matter what the situation is. That's what a sports psychologist would tell you. If you're playing well and you're cruising, what do you tell yourself then? If you're behind and struggling, what do you tell yourself then? They are two very different scenarios.
It's why I used to like set play, where you'd almost starting afresh every set.
100. Richie O'Connor,
And that was always the mentality that got me through matches like this. But right now, this has been superb from Richie Housen. We're seeing some wonderful averages right now, wonderful finishes.
96.
Maybe the one thing that we're missing is that bullseye finish.
This is different. I don't even think I like it. Not with his prowess of getting the darts close together. I'm not sure I like it at all.
Oh, that crept in, didn't it? That didn't. That's plump. That's smack bang in the middle. Richie Housen. Just to remind everyone, he was the favourite gun at this group. See, it was raised eyebrows from certainly me when I looked at the betting. And after he lost his first 2 games, and physically he was struggling walking around the hockey. But what he's doing is showing fight, he's showing tenacity.
100.
And he can finish the day on 6 points, and I think his overall assessment will be thank you very much.
Jarred's actually in a weird situation right now
93.
because had Lipscomb got closer to Whitehead in the previous match, Jarred would have had a chance to go top overnight.
82.
If Housen wins this game from here by 3 legs or more, Jarred will finish 4th overnight
58.
and Richie will finish 2nd.
And it's that psychology again, because they're both on 6 points. But when you look at the league table, you see yourself in a qualifying 2nd position to 4th.
99.
It does mean that tomorrow afternoon, round about 1:30, Jarred Cole will need to produce that type of first start more often.
100.
You can hear the despair as Housen is 6 starts away from a huge victory.
Are there transferable skills from
60.
artistry, from fishing, from snooker to darts? They all have one thing in common: patience.
90.
You don't necessarily need a
Richie
great
O'Connor,
deal of patience
160.
in some darting formats, but in this one, Housen has used his patience after a bad start and has rebounded.
Jarred O'Connor, 160.
Dart of the match for me, that last dart. How he got through, the way his angle of the dart. And nothing Jarred Cole can do about it.
52.
Housen
Richie O'Connor, 60.
has responded to it. And he's a dart away now from finishing the day on 6 points, and that is the way he's done it. Richie Housen has been spectacular in there, and nothing Jarred Cole. That did not go to plan for Jarred Cole. The one defence for Jarred is that his first game tomorrow will be against that man just leaving the stage, but look at those numbers. He'll be waxing lyrical over there. 98.56. Excellent on the outer ring. Super performance from Howson. He'll be delighted with the 6 points as we move on to the final game of the day. It's Hilton Klein against John McCarthy.
Welcome to the last match of Thursday afternoon, and it's a chance for McCarthy to get off the mark against the man who did get off the mark for the first time this week in his second game of the day. An historic first win for Botswana on the Super Series stage. There have been plenty of victories for Ireland, including the very first day we were here, which saw Kieran Tian take the first weekly title in Portsmouth.
First leg Hilton to throw first. Game on.
But can you imagine the emotions of Hilton Klein overnight? If he was to have 4 points, he would still have an excellent chance of qualifying if that was the case.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. What a start.
180.
Remember the head-to-head. This will be the first game tomorrow. He could be sat on 6 points.
140.
That would also mean that McCarthy would have 0, and he would be not qualifying from that position.
Imagine if we'd have got a 9 data then.
123.
5 perfect anyway.
Well, earlier in the week, he did go 180 twice to start a leg. And we speculated at that time it would
95.
maybe be the biggest 9-darter that a Southern Hemisphere country has ever hit. There have been others, but considering the impact it would have had,
138.
something's clicked for Klein. He's playing his 20th game of the week. He's probably just warmed up
58.
now.
Hilton Lucar 60.
I was thinking there's just no sign of fatigue or anything. Again, I don't want to be the spoiler, but this is the area I would like to see him improve. In that Group A
50.
campaign, he was getting opportunities, just 27%, remember, on the outer ring. Scoring is fine. Really impressed with the way he scores. The improvement for him when he comes back here, which I'm sure he will.
79.
He has
Hilton
to
Lucar
work out
10.
to check out the total control of this leg. No problems on this 10.
Game shown the first leg, Hilton Klein.
Yes, we
Second
had
leg, John through first.
two
Game
debutants. Just a little reminder there. There's just a little 10-second gap before you throw your darts there. Just a little reminder there, because we had a slightly difference of opinion. I thought John was going to get his first 2 points of the day in this game. But Paul, you
69.
were pretty confident the way Hilton's played today that you fancied his chances in this match.
Yeah, I thought he would have a really decent crack at it. I've just done a calculation. He's 8 from 21 on the doubles, which is a slight improvement on what he's
100.
done over the last 3 days. So he's definitely a bit better in that department, but he still needs to get more opportunities if he's to find himself
40.
in a progressional position come this time tomorrow. I think you're right. There's nothing wrong with the 60 department at all.
80.
He's really starting to get his eye in there.
No, I've enjoyed watching him play today.
Has it got anything to do with the fact that he's wearing the right colour?
Yeah, I'm not in the mood for football colours and things like that today. Still suffering after last night, but
42.
It's probably a good job that Bradley Brooks isn't here, right?
yes, I've answered his message anyway. And by all
44.
accounts, Paul, he's in the players area that everybody loves him. He's laughing and chatting away and just seems to be enjoying the experience.
I think the addition of more African players here in Portsmouth
56.
is just a signal of what is possible. We've said for years there are certain parts of the world that don't have enough opportunities for people to travel. So the fact that we've
100.
had South Africa here, Botswana now, hopefully other nations from that part of the world. We've seen Australians, Kiwis,
55.
maybe some players from the Caribbean or even South America. There's no reason why they can't make their way here.
83.
Logistics are a problem because it's a long way for some people to travel. That's why we don't get as many Japanese players here as we would like, because
59.
hand on heart,
Hilton Lucar 94.
I want to see Sego Asada here. Badly.
Yeah, still one of the greatest lines I've ever heard of commentary as Hilton Klein looks at this 94. So just double checking, double 8. I'm just being a little bit after getting one wrong earlier.
78.
But he'll be back. But yeah, Colin Murray. Whoever sees Sergio Asada in the morning, tell him he got beat.
100. Hilton Lucar
Well, this
16.
is an imposing position if Hilton can break. That looks like a good marker. That doesn't. But now it might be from this angle. Oh
No
my,
score.
how's he
Hilton
done
Lucar
that?
80.
And is it going to be a double whammy? Because McCarthy, if he plays sensibly here, stays straight. Give yourself an opportunity at tops now. The only danger with that first dart, a kiss could go into the treble. So he's played safe for double 10. I like that play. Missed
70.
opportunity.
Hilton Lucar 16.
Second down and 16 for Hilton. Completes
Being
it.
shown the second leg, Hilton Klein. Third leg, Hilton to throw first.
As you can see, Hilton there dominating the match.
Game on.
Could have been a lot more comfortable if he'd have been hitting his doubles there, but the most important stat is the fact that he's leading this match by 2-0.
And just to confirm what is possible if you've got
40.
experience and talent, Whitehead, 55% on doubles today. 18 hits. He's only had 33 darts at double
100.
all day to get 8 points. That is... It's amazing, is what it is.
Especially when you think of Conan Whitehead, about you, Paul, but I think of
93.
180's power scoring. So for him to have his highlight reel being the doubles, you know, then you're looking at your all-round game, and them type of numbers
43.
are telling me becomes a real contender for Saturday night.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If you were going to have a Saturday night to finish a series before Champions Week that was enlisting the who's
60.
who of the Super Series, you got Van Schie, 2-time weekly champion, could be Conan Whitehead, series champion, multiple-time weekly champion. You might have Steve West,
60.
who is the winningest weekly champion at 5.
Darryl Pilgrim every day of the week.
Exactly. This could be the most ridiculous-looking Saturday night to finish a 12-week
59.
series that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it was really good to get in early. Those seems a long time ago since the week 1 winner. But they'll be heavy in practice right now. All of those 11 players will be gathering momentum.
136.
I remember when Darius won on that Saturday night. Labanauskas said after he won, "I'll see you all just before the World Championship."
85.
Oh, 162. We haven't had that one today. There we go.
We've got a full house here.
So let me just wrap off which we've had.
88.
162, 163,
164.
165.
Sure, we had the 166 from Jared Cole as well, but good set of play from Klein.
128.
Oh, that's
Jonathan
absolutely
74.
outstanding. And for McCarthy, it's only going to be the one dart or a double if he stays straight. Does that. But misses the big
34.
number. Big
Hilton
chance here for Klein.
36. Game
And his
shot on the third
chances
leg,
of winning
75.
this match are definitely on the incline.
Forfeit John to throw first. Game on.
He's more likely to win this match now than he was this time yesterday, because he's been through the tape. He's been through the nerves of winning a match
100.
for the first time. He's more prepared.
But that scenario that keep going back in my mind when Jared Cole, Richie Howson play their first game tomorrow. This man in your picture could be on 6 points.
60.
This man in your picture has been through the ringer this week, playing 15 games and losing all 15. In normal circumstances, that's you done and dusted.
140.
We could have a major story go on tomorrow, so please stick with us here at the Modus Super Series. That's why this guy keeps flinging these trebles in. Who knows what's going to happen?
123.
How's McCarthy going to be feeling right now?
Sick as a chip.
90.
I'd like to know where that saying comes from. I've never felt sick after chips.
Oh, I love chips as well.
82.
Look, we've had a fantastic session here, and the mouth is watering also, never mind for the chips, but also for Group B tonight.
You're not wrong.
60.
Some really, really good players there. Yet the one I'm really looking forward to seeing, Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Agreed. Can't wait to see Rhiannon in the building later. She's a wonderful human being.
140.
A wonderful
Jonathan
dart player.
111.
The Nelson. Treble 17 needed. Klein will be back for a potential 2-darter for a huge
79.
win.
Hilton
McCarthy was in the right
96.
town for a Nelson. It is a naval town after all. Hilton needs 76 more. Is he staying on the 60? Well, that was an idea.
56. John McCarthy.
Very
32.
old school way of going for it. You just expect to see the double 19,
Being shown
double
the fourth
19,
by
but
John
that benefits
McCarthy.
John McCarthy. He's still a big second
Fifth leg
favourite in this
Hilton to
match.
through first. Game on.
Can Hilton Klein serve out this match?
Yeah, John McCarthy is hanging on for dear life like his sponsors
100.
patches.
$138.
The most damaging thing from here, and it's pretty nasty of me to bring this up at this point actually, is if Klein was to lose this game from 3-0 up,
60.
all of the progress he's made would feel in that moment like he's crushed it. So finishing this match off now, it's imperative to keep his confidence
52.
intact.
Yeah, every sort of dart is really important to Hilton on his throw now. He does seem to be one of those players when the first one goes, you expect the others to
60.
follow. Nothing wrong with them darts, just no reward. 30 points behind is McCarthy. Just he's the one showing the lack of consistency right now. From the sublime to the ridiculous at the
80.
moment for John.
I'm always surveying what the players wear and the intricacies of the things they choose. I've been drawn to the timepiece of
98.
McCarthy today. He's wearing a silver-coloured watch with the face being Tiffany green.
96.
And the last person to win a series here is the mayor of the Big Watch Brigade, Marvin van Velsen.
The only player to wear a grandfather clock on his arm.
43. John O'Carr, 135.
Well, normal circumstances would be to start in the bull. He's having to think about it, and what he's thinking about is that Hilton's on 140, so can I play it safe? He's gone the correct route, but the execution just not there.
He's done the right thing because Hilton's had some big finishes this week. He had a beautiful 148 yesterday.
69. Hilton O'Carr, 140.
Well then, Hilton, let's finish off with a real big finish. It's not to be, but one treble here. That's one thing he did not want.
40. John O'Carr, 76.
McCarthy can get right back in this game here. He would have the darts in the next.
Double top to stay in the match.
James
Very
Shaw,
well
fifth leg,
done.
John McCarthy. Six leg
This
John
one
to
could
through
be
first.
sliding away
Game on.
if Hilton's not careful.
He's not giving too much away, which is a really good sign. You can often tell with a player. Make a decent poker play with Hilton.
94.
Could do with a full house here.
I bet he's feeling flush right now.
134.
Because that's how you feel when the nerves are jangling and when the adrenaline is pumping.
$83.
That's well done.
Yes, he went all in with that last.
I think we can survey this
81.
action of Hilton a bit more tomorrow. That intricate grip, the turning of the dart in the fingers. It's very much him. You don't see that kind of action much anymore.
57.
Yeah, I thought it was a little bit ugly on the front-facing dart that you're seeing now. But when I watched it from the side, I'm always one for if it's exactly the same spot. Now, early in the
100.
when I was watching him from home on Monday and Tuesday, he was doing a lot of late releases. That one win has helped him relax a little bit. And the late release, you'll have to see him throw himself in the yockey.
You'll get this one, Glenn.
42.
It's a bit like hitting a 180 at your first exhibition of the year. And you think to yourself, thank goodness I've hit one. When you get your first win here, it is, okay, I can relax now.
140.
And he has relaxed. He's
Produced-
going to get a chance to win this match.
Yeah, and produce darts like that, Paul. I think you were right and I was wrong. And Hilton Klein
99.
deserves
Hilton
this win.
O'Carr, 46.
He was the dominating player in this one. And this for victory.
Double 16 for 4 points for the day.
Game shown
Very
on
well
silver
done.
line.
Doubly sure on a great Thursday for Botswana's Hilton Klein, who raises his arms for the second time today. And he's going to start in 5th position on Friday because he has 4 points. He has 3 people on 6 above him. But it's going to be Conan Whitehead who leads overnight because he, the heavyweight dart player here in Portsmouth, he has found the lead. And Glenn and I are going to talk about that when we come back. Welcome back to Thursday's action in Group C. It's now been completed, as you can see, with our final 2 matches there. We have seen Richie Howson win his last match by 4-0, and Hilton Klein has got himself a 2nd win. After a Group A campaign where he lost 15 times in a row, he has recovered. And in the table, he is going to go into the 2nd day off the bottom because he's done exceptionally well. McCarthy, without a win today, he will be feeling sick as a chip, Glenn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not often that you're thinking player of the day is sat in 5th place there, but Hilton Klein, after the Group A campaign that he had, it's great to see him sat there on 4 points. And John McCarthy, I saw enough, just sort of ran out of steam at the end of it there. I mean, that's the bottom part of the table there, so big up to Hilton Klein, but very excited at the top.
Let's wax lyrical about Conan Whitehead. We always reference the fact that he's the first series champion here, but his recovery effort from Wednesday to Thursday, it was brilliant.
but on the scoring, it was good. The doubles were doubly good.
Yeah, and the timing of that 1-3-3 as well. I mean, he won his first 3 games, but I was asking in commentary for a little bit more. And I think his 4th game, the one game that he lost, I think was a bit of a wake-up call to Richie House. And boy, did he produce the goods in that final game. So I think when needed, Conan Whitehead was there, and that's got to be a real spark for him tomorrow. He's dipping his toe in for qualifications. Got a big opening game against Lipscomb to sort of start the day for him there. But yeah, job well done.
Speaking of Richie Howson, who you mentioned right there, today, what a difference a few hours makes, because he loses his first 2 and then still winds up with 6 points in 2nd position. And
clearly physically struggling as well. We've seen him with the bad leg for most of the day, but is finishing at the end. Jarred Cole had been disappointed in that one, but the fact that Richie Howson started the day with 2 defeats, especially losing to Hilton Klein as well, he'd gone in there as a massive favourite. He'll have seen the fact that he was 6-4 favourite to win Group C as well. So the way he responded at the end, kudos to him.
Adam Lipscomb, at times today, we were marvelling in our commentary chairs about how sharp he looked, especially at the start. But how's he going to be feeling finishing 3rd?
I think slightly disappointed, because at times he looked $1 million. His scoring was outstanding. His finishing was great. The averages, during the game were excess of 100 there. So still plenty to play for Adam Lipscomb. 6 points overnight it's a good start for him. Could have been better.
Speaking of Cole, is he going to be okay coming into Friday? Do you think he's going to be able to respond?
Your interview with him answered the questions to me. He's so inconsistent when he's leading. As we touched on in commentary as well, he looks like the player of Group C. But he has to find a way when things aren't going his way. When he's going 1-0 down, 2-0 down, he needs to find that part of his game. He has this Rolls-Royce throw. He's a really intelligent guy. He just needs to keep it really simple. Everything's there. The jigsaw puzzle is there. He just needs to find the right pieces. But look, he's got a big opportunity. He goes through the card tomorrow. He qualifies. And that's the mentality that he maybe needs to have if he wants to be a champion.
We've thoroughly enjoyed this afternoon, because you said to me off the air that you think this is one of the best Group Cs that you've seen when you've been in the building. But we're already getting the juices flowing for tonight, because when Steve West is in the building, when you've got Ted Everts coming back to try and get his first weekly title after a year of trying, Rhiannon O'Sullivan, though, coming into the building, she's going to inject something different, isn't she?
And I tell you what, if she wears the Welsh shirt, which I've been in the women's series, I've been saying wear the Welsh shirt, because I've never ever seen her lose with the dragon on the back there. So she's a phenomenal player, really nice person. And for a change for her, she'll go there as a bit of the underdog tonight. But I think she can be really, really dangerous there. Every time I'm here, I seem to commentate on Daryl Pilgrim, so I'm really looking forward to seeing him play. Ted Everts, another one of the good guys, very similar to Jarred Cole. Maybe need to see a bit of steel from him tonight. But for me, it's all about Rhiannon O'Sullivan.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Because it's only a few hours away. 10 p.m, it will be time to see Rhiannon O'Sullivan, the likes of Steve West and Everts. So make sure you mark your calendars, or click that notification bell if you can on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. We're going to come back in just a shade over 4 hours' time, as is a certain 5-time weekly winner. He's back. Steve West is back.
It's on this time. It's still on.
Gains on the fourth leg.
He's promised it all week.
Will we get the 1-4-1? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
As if Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart finish.